The joint hearings of the House Select Committee to investigate covert arms transaction with Iran and the Senate Select Committee on secret military assistance to Iran and the Nicaraguan opposition will come to order. Our witness this morning is Mr. Robert Carl McFarlane, the former National Security Advisor to the President. Mr. McFarlane, we welcome you to the committee and we look forward to your testimony. Would you stand, please, to take the oath? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. You may be seated. Do you have a statement, Mr. McFarlane?
Yes, I do, Mr. Chairman.
Please proceed.
Thank you, sir. In the 6 months since the Iran-Contra controversy erupted, many people have come to believe there is something wrong with the way that this country makes foreign policy. They probably don't know how wrong. True, the nation's foreign policy apparatus does produce its share of success. Failures like those in the Iran-Contra affair do not happen every day. But on any policy issue where party or ideological interests diverge substantially, the system is becoming increasingly subject to incoherence or paralysis. There's enough blame to go around. In all of these matters now under investigation, I have been and remain willing to shoulder my part of it. One matter which weighs particularly heavy with me is that when Congress inquired about administration support for the Contras in 1985, my own response was too categorical. I was not sufficiently probing or self-critical. This has been and remains for me a matter of remorse, even anguish, and for many reasons. My father sat in the House of Representatives as a representative from Texas. I myself worked in the Senate, and I believe deeply that executive branch collaboration with Congress is crucial to the successful formulation and implementation of American foreign policy. Individual mistakes, including my own, should of course be identified. But a solution to the fundamental problems that led to these investigations will require much more. It will require reform of institutions and processes. And most important, it will require change in the attitudes and behavior of the men and women who hold and exercise public power. The current investigation can serve the public interest if we use it to examine the fundamental causes of our recurring troubles in foreign policy decision-making. All of us involved in these hearings have a duty to make good use of that chance. Although it is painful for me to appear here and to revisit these events, I do so in recognition of a duty and in the hope that it will promote understanding and help in finding a remedy. I've talked in public repeatedly about Iran in the past weeks. I anticipate many questions from the committee, understandably, on that subject. But if you'll indulge me a few moments to talk now about the issue of Nicaragua, in the early days of the Reagan administration, we'll pursue that first. In the mid-1970s, the Soviet Union reached a historic milestone when it achieved a condition of approximate nuclear parity with the United States. At about the same time, we reached a milestone of another, sadder sort in the devastating trauma of Vietnam. The combination of these two events made the Soviets more willing to take risks to expand their influence in key developing countries. They moved cautiously but persistently, sometimes directly but often relying on surrogates such as Cuba and Vietnam. As a result, from 1975 to 1979, they were able to establish a prevailing influence in a breathtaking number of countries, including Angola, Ethiopia, South Yemen, Cambodia, Afghanistan, Mozambique, and Nicaragua. For a while in the 1980s, bipartisan support for a renewal of American military strength and the frequent change in the Soviet leadership combined to check the pace of their advance. It's my belief that for various reasons, we can look forward to another 3 to 5 years of relative calm in U.S.-Soviet relations. But the time will come when the Soviets will turn once more to foreign adventures and seek to duplicate their earlier successes. By that time, it is essential that we achieve a national consensus for dealing with this fundamental problem. How will we defend against Soviet expansion into countries ever closer to vital U.S. and Allied interests? For 6 years, both the executive branch of Congress have, time and again, failed to seize the opportunity to define the Central American problem, develop a strategy for dealing with it, and through vigorous public discussion, stimulate public support for deliberately chosen policies. Let me treat first the executive branch and its mistakes. Where did we go wrong in our handling of U.S. policy toward Nicaragua? To understand the roots of this failure, let's start at the beginning in January 1981. As President Reagan took office, Secretary of State Alexander Haig sought to have the President establish a comprehensive foreign policy decision-making system. As the President preferred, the system relied predominantly on cabinet officers, in this case, the Secretary of State, rather than the more centralized management that has been attempted by other administrations in the White House. The system was designed to generate alternative approaches to achieving basic aims, to consider the options that emerged, make the decisions among them, and implement the chosen policies. The process provided for consultation with Congress and with experts in the political and career bureaucracies. Secretary Haig's proposals were held up for a year, however, and not implemented until February 1982. And it was during this period and in this policy vacuum that the U.S. took its first steps toward pursuing a covert policy in Nicaragua. A thorough and concerted analysis of our Nicaraguan problem would have produced a clear definition of U.S. interests in Nicaragua, an identification of threats to those interests, a listing of U.S. and Allied resources at our disposal, a laying out of the political, economic, and military options, also to include therein the cost of doing nothing, and finally, a clear statement of the opportunity cost that we would have to bear in other parts of the world if we pursued each of these options. But this type of fundamental government-wide analysis was never made. Therefore, in December 1981, when the CIA presented a proposal for initiating covert action in Nicaragua, there was no framework within which to analyze it. It is immensely important to recognize just how crucial the absence of such a framework proved to be. For example, a systematic analysis would have evaluated the importance our actions toward Nicaragua would assume in subsequent Soviet decision-making. There's little doubt in my mind that if we could not muster an effective counter to the Cuban Sandinista strategy in our own backyard, it was far less likely that we could do so in the years ahead in more distant locations. There's a corollary to that proposition. For if we did prevail in Nicaragua, the President might go far toward inhibiting Soviet pursuit of this strategy in other areas. In short, there was a powerful and to many persuasive case that to lose in Nicaragua would invite the Soviets to step up their investment in aggression significantly in other developing nations of the world. We had to win this one. And this is where the administration made its first mistake. For if we had such a large strategic stake, it was clearly unwise to rely on covert activity as the core of our policy. There are two basic reasons for this. The first is that you can never achieve a sufficient level of resources through a covert policy to cope with a determined effort backed by the Soviet Union. The Congress views covert actions, properly in my judgment, as an instrument to be used with great selectivity as an adjunct of policy, not as its foundation, and surely not as a vehicle for waging war with the Soviet proxy. The other reason for not making covert action the core of policy is that you cannot get public and congressional support for such a policy. If you decide to engage in conflict with a Soviet client in whom the Russians are prepared to make a substantial investment, you must have the American people and the U.S. Congress solidly behind you. Yet it is virtually impossible, almost as a matter of definition, to rally public support behind a policy that you can't even talk about. I think it's safe to say that no one making these important decisions in the Reagan administration viewed covert action as the best way to pursue our aims in Nicaragua. People turned to covert actions because they thought they could not get congressional support for more overt activities. But they were not forced to think systematically about the fatal risks they were running. In 1982, Judge William Clark became the President's National Security Advisor. He established a decision-making system promptly, and this was the moment to reopen the matter of U.S. policy toward Nicaragua and provide the clarity that had been missing when the covert action policy was initiated. But other issues intervened: arms control, the Falklands War, the Caribbean Basin Initiative, and the question of Nicaragua was not reopened. Thus, in 1983, 2 entire years into the administration, with the State Department finally having full authority and responsibility in the area, there was still no real operative analysis of what U.S. policy toward Nicaragua ought to be. In the summer of 1983, largely out of frustration, Judge Clark reached out to experts in the private sector and formed the bipartisan Kissinger Commission, which devoted the next 6 months to undertaking, long last, a thorough examination of our interests in Central America, the threat to those interests, and options for the achievement of our goals. By this time, however, because of the apparent drift in the administration, Congress had already imposed a ceiling of $24 million on U.S. support for the anti-Sandinista forces in fiscal year '84. The Kissinger Commission's report was almost universally well received. It called for a policy for the region based upon economic development to be funded by a 5-year aid program totaling $8.2 billion. Congress responded enthusiastically to this section of the report's recommendations. Before the August recess in '84, Congress appropriated the first $1.1 billion of the 5-year plan. The Kissinger report had also identified the threat posed by Soviet-sponsored subversion from Nicaragua, and it provided a framework for dealing with it, to include support for the anti-Sandinista forces. This part of the problem was ignored by the administration and by Congress, both of which were preoccupied with the 1984 approaching elections. The anti-Sandinista program survived only because a foreign government contributed money to provide subsistence expenses through the end of the year. In fact, the Congress, before it adjourned in October 1984, prohibited any direct or indirect expenditures for the support of military or paramilitary activities in Nicaragua. I was by that time the National Security Advisor, and Central America was one of the issues with which I had to deal. It was clearly of concern to the President. In my judgment, success in Central America depended upon two factors. There had to be conditional or continued congressional support for the Kissinger Plan, which by then had been renamed the Jackson Plan after the late Senator Henry Jackson. Plan which would lead gradually to economic stability in the countries surrounding Nicaragua. Also, though a foreign government was once again providing short-term subsistence aid to the anti-Sandinista forces, it was essential that we take the Nicaragua policy into the open in an effort to gain public support for aiding the anti-Sandinistas at much higher levels. At the time, I thought that 1985 was going to be a critical year of testing for the Contras. Since their formation in 1982, they had increased to about 12,000 troops, but had not demonstrated the two qualities without which there is no hope of success. First, the Contras had to produce a political leadership promoting a program with authentic appeal to the general population. And second, the Contras had to demonstrate sufficient competence on the battlefield to create a sense of threat within the Sandinista government. In January 1985, I thought it was very uncertain that the Contras would ever acquire these capabilities, and I said so in a meeting with Adolfo Calero, January of that year. If they could not show these two critical qualities, I thought we owed it to them and to ourselves to cut both our losses and theirs by changing our strategy to a more overt combination of U.S. force and U.S. diplomacy. In the meantime, the President repeatedly made clear in public and in private that he did not intend to break faith with the Contras. He directed that we make continued efforts to bring the movement into the good graces of Congress and the American people, and that we assure the Contras of continuing administration support to help them hold body and soul together until the time when Congress would again agree to support them. Congressional restrictions made it impractical for either the Defense Department or the Central Intelligence Agency to function even as liaison with the Contras. The State Department has always been disinclined to be associated with a covert action, but the President had made clear that he wanted a job done. The net result was that the job fell to the National Security Council staff. I think it's fair to say that this occurrence was not an example of an NSC staff eagerly grabbing power from other departments and agencies. In the case of the Contra operations, the NSC was the agency of last resort. And it was not the right agency, as subsequent history clearly revealed. To carry out the President's wishes, I relied on two staff officers, Donald Fortier, now deceased, Director of the Political Military Affairs Division, and one of his deputies, Lieutenant Colonel Oliver North, whose existing responsibilities included Latin American military affairs. I told Mr. Fortier, who had a long experience in legislative relations, to oversee the effort to gain congressional support. I told Colonel North to do two things. The first was to be a visible sign of the President's strong personal support, to show the Contras that they would not be forgotten or abandoned, even though we could not provide them with financial support. The second more specific responsibility I gave Colonel North was to help the Contras in their efforts to become a real political movement, genuinely respecting democratic principles and human rights. I did make a special point of stressing to my staff that we were to operate at all times within the law, and that in particular, we were not to solicit, encourage, coerce, or otherwise broker financial contributions to the Contras. I took this to be the Congress's foremost concern, from having worked with many people involved in the drafting of legislation in the months before. In this instance, as in all others, the rule of law had to govern national policy as well as our actions in support of it. The aspect of administration support that has attracted the most attention is the question of funding for the Contras from private sources. At the time, as today, there was, in my judgment, no need to find additional funds. The support needed to sustain them in the short run, this is 1985, was coming from the foreign government that had made a contribution in mid-84 and then doubled it in 1985. As for the long run, it was clear that we could not permit the Contras to continue to live off this kind of support. To do so would be to ignore the fact that, as in the case of Vietnam, divisions at home are a recipe for failure. And, more is the point, when the President and the Congress cannot agree, to charge ahead is to invite disaster. In the early months of 1985, the climate began to improve, largely through the efforts of Colonel North. The Contra leadership accepted the necessity of adding respected political figures to their movement and of turning their attention to developing a peace proposal. This proposal, in which the Contras offered to lay down their arms in exchange for negotiations with the Sandinistas and eventual Contra participation in the political process, was announced in San Jose, Costa Rica on April 1st of '85. It was well received everywhere except in Managua. Soon afterward, President Reagan also offered a compromise plan, which called for suspending U.S. military aid to the Contras for as long as negotiations were underway. The measure failed, but sentiment within the Congress was shifting. After Nicaraguan President Daniel Ortega's trip to Moscow, the House reversed its position on support to the Contras. In August, Congress gave this administration permission to provide intelligence to Contra forces. In December came authority to advise them on everything except tactical military operations. But the shift by Congress came late, just as essential planning by the executive branch had come late, and the cost was heavy, not only to the effectiveness of our overall plans, but also to the institutions of the U.S. government that had become involved in managing this confused and contradictory policy. People simply cannot carry out policy under the conditions that I've described. If you try to make them do so, you will produce conflicting allegiances, lack of communication, blurring of essential lines of authority and responsibility. I regret, and I will continue to regret, the mistakes that I've made. But I must say this: the policymakers who create conditions like this must bear some of the moral responsibility for the failures that follow. We need a truce. We need a willingness, once more, to forge bipartisan coalitions that can govern responsibly. We need this incident, perhaps, to shock us into realizing that our short-sighted behavior could well take the country to the brink of disaster. Finally, we need to see that the present practices threaten to destroy our position of leadership among allies and put at risk even our ability to provide for our own security. I'd like, if I could, Mr. Chairman, to close with just a very brief personal statement. From the day in December when I first testified before the Senate Select Committee on Intelligence until today, I've been treated with unfailing professionalism and civility by members of Congress, senators, their counsel, and staff colleagues, and by the independent counsel and his staff. From the beginning, I understood the importance of the matters that were the subject of this large and complex national inquest. I welcome the opportunity to discharge my duty as a public official to render, to the best of my ability, a true and full account of my knowledge of the transactions in which I was involved. I will continue in that spirit during my testimony before this committee today. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. McFarlane, for your statement and the spirit in which it was given. Questions will begin with the counsel, Mr. Lyman.
Mr. McFarlane, you have devoted almost 30 years to public service. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
You're a graduate of Annapolis, the class of 1958.
59, sir.
59. You chose to be commissioned in the Marines.
That's correct.
You led the first combat unit into Vietnam.
That's correct.
That was in Da Nang.
Yes, sir.
You were then sent to Switzerland for studies.
Yes, sir.
You became a White House Fellow.
Yes, sir.
You were military assistant to Henry Kissinger when he was National Security Advisor.
Yes, sir, I was.
You accompanied him on some of his trips to China.
Yes, sir, I did.
After Mr. Kissinger became Secretary of State, you continued as a special assistant to Mr. Scowcroft as National Security Advisor.
Yes, sir.
You have authored a book on crisis management
Co-authored, yes, sir.
and some papers on both nuclear parity and sea strategy.
Yes, sir.
You retired from the Marines and went to work for the Armed Services Committee of the Senate,
Yes, sir.
and you worked there under Senator Tower.
Yes, sir, I did.
When the Reagan administration came in, you became counselor to the State Department under Secretary Haig.
That's correct.
And in January of 1982, you returned to the National Security Council.
Yes, sir.
And at that time, you became deputy to Judge Clark, who was the National Security Advisor.
Yes, sir.
In January of 1983, there was added to your responsibilities the assignment of Special Envoy to the Middle East.
In July, I believe, yes, sir.
July. And then in October of 1983, you became National Security Advisor,
Yes, sir.
and you continued in that position for approximately 2 years until you submitted your resignation on November 30.
That's correct, sir.
Now, you've mentioned that you've testified in many forums.
Yes, sir.
You've testified about these events before the Senate committees, House committees, the Tower panel, the independent counsel. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
You've given a number of interviews.
Yes, sir.
You've talked about the anguish of revisiting some of these events,
Yes, sir.
about the tendency at the time to have gilded some of the motives,
Yes, sir.
and about the tricks that the mind plays in blotting out some unpleasant facts.
That's correct.
And after all of this testimony, you've now had an opportunity to look at your records, am I correct? Well, many of them.
Some, yes, sir.
And do you think that you can let it hang out here today, the facts?
I'll do my best, sir.
Now let's begin with the policy and support of the Nicaraguan resistance forces when you became the National Security Advisor. And I will refer to them just as shorthand as Contras.
Understand.
As I understand your statement, The President intended to have a cabinet system of policymaking of the type he had in California.
That's correct.
And he contemplated that the lead would be taken by the State Department in coordinating points of view with other departments and presenting him with options. Is that fair to say?
Yes, sir.
And there would be interdepartmental committees.
Yes, sir.
And that system just didn't work as it was intended to work.
That's a fair summary judgment, I think. In some areas, it worked very well. But as a general assessment, I would say that it was largely ineffective.
And in the case of Nicaragua, you have said in your statement a vacuum existed which the CIA filled.
There's a vacuum of broad analysis. It isn't that people didn't have strong opinions, they did, but they weren't integrated into an analysis that was absorbed by all and used as a basis for decision-making, no.
So that in 1981, our policy in support of the Contras became led and managed by the CIA.
The core of it, that is correct. Yes,
And it was a covert as opposed to an overt policy.
yes, sir.
And that was the system in effect when you became first deputy to Judge Clark and then the National Security Advisor.
Yes, sir.
And the CIA was acting pursuant to a presidential finding in supporting the Contras.
Yes, he was.
And the presidential finding had been notified to Congress pursuant to law.
Yes, it had.
Now, do you recall that in October of 1983, just at about the time that you were assuming your position as National Security Advisor, that Congress put some limitations on the funding of this program?
Yes, I do.
And just so that the record reflects it, the law that was adopted in the Defense Appropriations Act, effective December 8, 1983, stated, during fiscal year 1984, not more than $24 million of the funds available to the Central Intelligence Agency, the Department of Defense, or any other agency or entity of the United States involved in intelligence activities may be obligated or expended for the purpose or which would have the effect of supporting directly or indirectly military or paramilitary operations in Nicaragua by any nation, group, organization, movement, or individual. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
Now, is it fair to say that you recognize that the $24 million was not sufficient to support the Contras for the full fiscal year?
It was doubtful, yes, sir.
And that it was contemplated that you would go back to Congress to ask for more money?
That's correct.
And did some event happen in 1984 that led you to, led the administration to conclude that it was not feasible to seek more aid from Congress?
The disclosure that harbors had been mined in Nicaragua was received very badly, and not only on its merits, but for the lack of adequate sharing or briefing of the Congress concerning that intention. And it did, you're correct, have a very negative effect on the prospect for congressional support of any additional funding that year.
Now, at that time, did you and others in the administration have to come up with another strategy for carrying out the President's policy of ensuring that the Contras would not be abandoned when the funding ran out?
Yes.
And is it fair to say that you contemplated that that $24 million would run out by May or June of 1984?
That's correct.
Now, did you speak to the Director of Central Intelligence about this?
All of the cabinet officers involved, Secretary of State and Defense, the Director of Central Intelligence, and I believe the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs, and people in the White House, myself, the Chief of Staff, the Director of Legislative Affairs, would gather to consider ostensibly the prospect for congressional change in attitude to support the supplemental money, the $14 million. And all of us discussed the matter and concluded that that was virtually a zero probability, and no amount of wringing our hands was going to change that.
Did you come up with a plan for a third country to take over the assistance and management of the Contra effort?
There was never any concrete plan, either written or discussed orally in these meetings.
Was it a concept of yours, sir?
The possibility of third country contributions I had thought of, that's correct. Others in the administration had also, and we had talked about it.
And what was the concept that you talked about?
Well, at the time, since existing law did not prohibit that, there was a hope that perhaps a short bridging of finances by another country, or more than one, would sustain the movement until the administration could make a better case and be more persuasive with the public and the Congress.
Did you have any discussion about the possibility of, in effect, farming out the whole Contra support operation to another country, which would not only provide the funding, but give it some direction?
There was some consideration of that.
And whose idea was that?
Well, I believe it was probably mine.
And can we call that country one?
Yes, that's correct.
And what did you do to pursue that idea?
I had been following a practice of having meetings with my counterpart from a number of countries, actually, to include country one. And on the occasion of one of these periodic meetings and exchanges, I believe in the spring, February or March of 1985. In these exchanges, I had been asked by my counterpart in these meetings whether or not the United States could help it qualify for contracts in AID oriented toward implementing the CBI, the Caribbean Basin Initiative. And the specific interest of country one was qualifying for agricultural contracts or water resource development, but basically on a very obvious, totally above board contractual basis, because country one is quite good at each of those problems. They also acknowledged that they were good at police training, internal security forces. And I asked originally whether or not they had any interest or thought they themselves qualified to instruct the Contras in basic tactics and fire maneuver and so forth. My counterpart agreed to find out from his government and before long came back again to say that the government didn't believe that it could do that. And then before long after that meeting, in a follow-up session, one of my subordinates I tasked to provide my comment back to him, which was, we understand, it's too bad, we're sorry about it, it won't be raised again. And that closed the matter with Country One.
Okay, now let's look at some documents with respect to Country One. Could you turn to Exhibit 29? Mr. Garment, do you have that?
Yes, sir.
And let me just read the pertinent portion. This is a memorandum from Mr. Casey to you, am I correct?
Yes, it is.
And it says on the second page that it was handed to you on March 27. You see the second page?
Yes.
And it was for your eyes only, and that you were requested to return your copy when you finished reading it.
That's correct.
And Director Casey wrote, in view of possible difficulties in obtaining supplemental appropriations to carry out the Nicaraguan Covert Action Project through the remainder of this year, I am in full agreement with you that you should explore funding alternatives with, and the blacked out portion relates to officials of Country One. I believe your thought of putting one of your staff in touch with the appropriate country official should promptly be pursued. You will recall that the Nicaraguan project runs out of funds in mid-May. Although additional monies are indeed required to continue the project in the current fiscal year, equipment and material made available from other sources ought in part substitute for some funding. We are therefore currently exploring two such alternatives. Please note, however, that we are unlikely to receive material assistance from these sources by mid-May. And on number 3, he talks about, or number 2, he says the first of these alternatives is acquiring from, and that's blacked out with respect to the country involved. Now, am I correct in your testimony that you did, in fact, explore this with officials of Country One and got turned down?
That's correct.
And then you referred to the fact that you asked one of your assistants to carry a message to Country One after that?
That is correct.
And if you look at the next exhibit, which is Exhibit 30, are those the instructions you gave to your assistant?
Yes, it is.
And your assistant was Mr. Taisha.
That is correct.
And those are dated April 20, 1984?
Yes, sir.
And am I correct, you said to him, and I'm reading at the bottom, as we discussed, please reaffirm to, and the blank is the name of the official, as he has already heard from blank, and that's the name of an ambassador, that, 1, we will not press them on the question of assistance to the Contras. 2, it is an important matter to us, and we face a temporary shortfall in goods. What did goods mean?
material of any sort.
3, we are, of course, very conscious of the vulnerability it would create for, and the blank is country 1. And what did that mean?
That any country that it associates itself with the United States and its policy may be criticized for that affiliation.
Did it also mean that if the facts were revealed to Congress, that the country might be criticized?
That too.
4, if they should decide that they can help, it ought to be done bilaterally, although we would be pleased to provide a point of contact. And finally, 5, please also let it be known that in your view, I am a little disappointed in the outcome, but we will not raise it further, destroy this memo.
That's correct.
And am I correct that after this message was delivered, Country 1 still didn't change its mind,
I didn't expect it to, no.
and you didn't raise it further with Country 1?
No, I did not.
Now, that left you still with the shortfall in funding?
That's
Is that
correct.
correct? And did you, in fact, succeed in obtaining money from another country, which we'll call Country 2?
That's correct.
And would you tell the committee how that happened?
As was the case with Country 1, I had the practice of meeting periodically, roughly quarterly, with counterparts or resident officials from various countries with the knowledge of the Secretary of State and debriefings to him. The meetings that I'd held with the official from Country 2 occurred about quarterly at my office or in his or at home. And in these meetings, we would discuss an agenda that was fairly stereotyped in this meeting and others, and they included foremostly the region of the world where this country was resident, located, concerns that it had about its relationship with the United States, hopes that it had about assistance we could provide, in some cases arms sales, and any of the dozen kinds of bilateral cooperation that was on his mind at the time. I would respond to those. I would talk about some of our concerns about them, and then generally we would expand to talk about more distant countries and generally how the President was faring in his policies globally, politically, at home and abroad. And that routine I had done a number of times, and I did it again in the spring, summer of 1984. I did, in fact, make clear that it looked as though we were headed for a substantial setback, a defeat, regarding congressional support for the Contras, that it was almost inevitable that the administration would fail in getting any support for the Contras, and because of that, it would represent a substantial loss for the President. Well, that was the extent of it. He weighed that. He agreed. He said he would like to think about it, and did so within a matter of days, 2 or 3 days, contacted me and made clear that he intended to provide a contribution of $1 million per month, ostensibly from private funds, that would be devoted to, as a humanitarian gesture, to subsistence of the Contras through the end of the year. And I should stress, I describe it as it happened, and while there is no solicitation qua solicitation. In fact, it was unmistakable in his own mind that my concern and my view of this impending loss would represent a significant setback for the President, and that anyone with any gumption could imagine, without being led or asked, that a contribution would have been welcome.
Now, did he place any restrictions on what the money could be used for?
Well, he stated that he was giving it as a humanitarian gesture and to enable the Contras to live and get through the end of the year. But I don't think that he intended to foreclose how it was dispersed, as long as the survival he intended was achieved.
And the survival was the survival of the Contras.
That is correct.
Now, what did you do in the way of implementing his offer?
When he gave the decision to me that he had decided to do this, he said, "How should I proceed?" And I didn't know. At the time, I should have simply told him that he could be in touch directly with the Contra leadership. However, as a kind of a noblesse oblige about trying to be forthcoming, and I went back to my office, advised my deputy about it, contacted Lieutenant...
Your deputy being Admiral Poindexter?
That's correct. Contacted Lieutenant Colonel North and asked him to be in touch with the Contra leaders and to find out where the bank account was kept. And within a matter of a day, as I recall, Lieutenant Colonel North came back and provided the name of the bank and its address and the Contra's account number. It was a bank in Miami, Florida, an American bank, and I provided that 3x5 card to the country, or to the person of Country 2, and that was the last that I had heard of it.
Now, did you report this contribution to the President of the United States?
Yes, I did.
Now, how often would you meet with the President of the United States as National Security Advisor?
Normally at least once a day, and usually more often, but the day at 9:30 each morning always called for a national security brief that normally tended on toward a half hour.
And when did you tell the President about this? And what did you tell him?
I expect was within a day, no more than a couple of days, unless we were traveling. And in that meeting with the President, I provided to him in writing a note card which made clear that Country 2 had chosen to volunteer from $1 million per month through the end of the year for Contra subsistence. And after that meeting was over, I was called to come back and pick up the note card, which, as I recall it, expressed the President's satisfaction. And
did you do it by slipping a note card in there because you did not want to communicate it orally in the presence of others who were in the briefing meeting?
That's correct.
And who else was in that meeting that you did not want to disclose it to?
Well, I took it in that way because there could be from as few as 3 or as many as 10 people in the room, and I simply didn't know for sure who would be there, although I could always expect Messrs. Meese, Baker, Deaver, the Vice President, my deputy, the President, and usually the action officer from the region of the world we had on our agenda.
Did you communicate to anyone else at that time besides Admiral Poindexter and the President that Country 2 had made this contribution?
I believe within a day or so, I also communicated it to the Vice President personally.
Did you communicate it to the Secretary of State at that time?
I had a pattern of weekly breakfasts with the Secretaries of State and Defense, with the three of us, our deputies and directors of political military affairs usually, and at an early meeting on one of those Wednesdays following this episode, the question came up by one of those cabinet officers, and I drew them aside at the end of that breakfast and told them that it had been provided for through the end of the year. And neither gentleman pressed the matter further.
Did you tell him which country had provided for it through the end of the year?
No, I did not.
Did either secretary ask you which country provided it?
No, they did not.
When you told them that it had been provided for, did you tell them it had been provided for by a third country without naming that country?
Not absolutely certain, Mr. Lyman. I believe so. I may have said it is taken care of through the end of the year, but probably had the country in question.
Now, you have told us that you got the number of the account from Colonel North.
That's correct.
What was Colonel North's position at the time?
He was a deputy director of the political military division of the NSC staff, which at the time was headed by Donald Fortier.
And what was the mission of that particular unit?
The political military division scope included review of and coordination of the annual security assistance and foreign assistance budgets. It included analysis precedent to crisis and to supporting with staff support and analysis crises as they arose. It also was the NSC point of contact for such interdepartmental ideas, problems, issues that might have emerged from the Defense Department, raised by the International Security Division, or in the State Department, the counterpart Political Military Affairs Division of State. But security assistance, crisis management were the basic central purposes. Oh, and also terrorism.
Now, did Colonel North have some special responsibility with respect to the Contras?
Mr. Fortier had several deputies. I believe that there were 4 or 5, and each of those deputies had a region of the world for which he was responsible. An Asian deputy, Latin America, which was Colonel North's billet, Middle East, and so forth. And that was Colonel North's portfolio. It included political military affairs in Central and Latin America and terrorism.
And were you in regular communication with Colonel North on the subjects that he was responsible for?
I think a search would reflect that I was in touch with him, as with other staff officers periodically. I would usually deal through my deputies, either Admiral Poindexter, the senior deputy, or Mr. Fortier, but I did see Colonel North often.
And indeed, is there any other officer of the NSC and at his level who you had more contact with than Colonel North?
Well, the Director of Arms Control, that subject being where I spent most of my time, probably spent about the same amount of time with me. I take your point. I spent a lot with Colonel North.
And Colonel North would both telephone you and meet with you, is that fair to say, on a regular basis?
Yes, he did.
Now, was he under the direct supervision of Mr. Fortier?
Yes, he was.
And what was Admiral Poindexter's role with respect to Colonel North in terms of supervision?
Well, Colonel North's chain of command went through Admiral Poindexter, and for any matter he wanted to have decided or guidance received, he would go first to Admiral Poindexter, and that might dispose of the matter, or if not, Admiral Poindexter would bring him on to see me.
But did he also have the ability, where the matter was of some importance, to just leapfrog that bureaucratic step and talk directly to you?
Well, normally, no. I expected him to have gone through the Admiral first.
Now, in October of 1984, what we have referred to as Bolin II was passed. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
And do you recall that that cut off all funds to the Central Intelligence Agency, the Department of Defense, or other agency or entity of the United States involved in intelligence activities that would have the effect of supporting directly or indirectly military or paramilitary operations in Nicaragua? Do you recall that?
Yes, sir, I do.
Now, before that, you've testified that the CIA was involved.
That's correct.
At this point, the CIA was taken out of it.
That is correct.
And in your statement this morning, you described that there was a vacuum that was filled by the NSC.
Yes, I did.
And how did that happen?
Well, as I say, the law expressly foreclosed even a liaison role for the CIA or the Defense Department. I interpreted it as well that the NSC was not to itself get involved in military or paramilitary activities or replicating the CIA function in those domains. However, the President's very strong wish that we not break faith with the Contras, I interpreted to mean, and I think he was fairly explicit about it, that we were to try to demonstrate by our simple conviction and persuasion that he intended to do everything possible to reverse the course of the Congress and get the funding renewed. My instructions to my staff were, as I put them in the statement this morning, and it seemed to me that the mission was to win the vote the next time, and that to do that, the Congress had to find the Contra movement a more appealing, legitimate movement oriented toward political goals, pluralism, so forth. So with Mr. Fortier and Colonel North, I stated that the goal is to win the vote the next time. That's your job. Specifically, to help win the vote, let's try to expand the base of the Contra leadership to include acknowledged, credible political figures in Nicaragua, and then work with those figures to get a stated set of goals that expressed that this was more than a ragtag military outfit, but seriously looking for a political accommodation in Central America, in their own country. And I did that. Myself, I went then on a visit to the Central American area and visited each of the neighboring countries, but not Nicaragua. I did have a meeting with a Contra leader there, And the task of the staff then, from that point forward in early 1985, was to focus their efforts on building this political credibility of the Contra movement.
Now, in your prepared statement this morning, you said that the President repeatedly made clear in public and in private, does that mean to you?
Yes, sir.
That he did not intend to break faith with the Contras.
That's
correct. Is that so?
Yes, it is.
He directed that we make continued effort to bring the movement into the good graces of Congress and the American people. Is that so?
Yes, it is.
And that we assure the Contras of continuing administration support to help them hold body and soul together until the time when Congress would again agree to support them.
That's correct.
Now, whose term is this body and soul together, holding them body and soul together?
I don't know. It is my words there, but it expresses the sentiment of what the President directed me to do.
Now, it says that you were to assure the Contras of continuing administration support to help them hold body and soul together until the time when Congress would again agree to support them. Tell us exactly what kind of support you were to assure the Contras of during this period when you were prohibited from spending any money to support them.
Well, basically, it was smoke and mirrors. It was a matter of trying to demonstrate simply by the presence of a White House person, someone close enough to the President to achieve simply by dint of that proximity credibility with the Contra leaders, and to make clear that you're going to have to make do money-wise on someone else, but the President, whose political influence is not insignificant, is going to make your cause a very high priority cause for himself, second or third on his foreign policy agenda. But I also made very clear that this has to be done within the law, and because I took the law to express what I had gotten personally from a number of members of Congress and the Senate, that we're cutting off money for the Contras, and we don't want any money raised for the Contras, and bringing to an end, really, to the Contra movement and campaign was their purpose through the purse string.
Now, you gave instructions to Colonel North on what he was supposed to do?
Yes, I did.
And did you tell Colonel North that unless the Contras became a credible military force, they would never gain political support in the Congress and among the American people?
Yes, sir, I did.
Did you tell Colonel North that he was to encourage them to become more credible on the battlefield?
Yes, sir, I did.
Did you put any limitations on what Colonel North should do with respect to the Contras?
Only to stay within the law and to be particularly careful not to be associated with or take part in any fundraising activities.
And did you tell him that he was not, as your statement indicates, to broker any contributions or solicit contributions or encourage contributions?
It became a kind of a litany of mine in staff meetings: solicit, encourage, coerce, or broker, and it was applicable to everyone on the staff.
And you understood that that was something that was prohibited?
I did.
And indeed, do you recall that in September of 1984, even before Boland went into effect, Colonel North asked your permission to try to raise money to replace the one Contra helicopter that they had that had been shot down?
I recall that, and at the time it seemed to me that that was probably not legal, and I wrote that on the paper and sent it back to him disapproved.
And that was Exhibit 30B, where you said, I don't think this is legal.
That is correct.
So that, to be clear, you understood that you could encourage them to show more military prowess, but that you shouldn't get involved in, quote, solicitation of funds.
That's correct.
And there's no doubt at all in your mind that those instructions were given to Colonel North.
Clearly.
Now, you were confronted with a problem, weren't you, as 1984 came to an end in terms of the funding of the Contras?
Yes, that's correct.
And you had received from Country 2 funding of $1 million a month to carry you through the end of December. Is that so?
Yes, it is.
But you had no funding for 1985.
That's correct.
Country 2 hadn't, at that point, said it would continue the funding, am I correct?
It had not.
Congress had prohibited the funding.
That's correct.
There were no other countries that were running to give money to the Contras.
No, sir.
And you were aware that private fundraising efforts were not creating enough money.
I didn't know, but I doubted it.
Now, how was money raised in 1985?
The events of early '85 on Central America included my visit down there. I had been out of the country before that time with Secretary of State at a meeting with Mr. Gromyko in Geneva. I was not devoting a lot of time to this issue, but I was, coincidentally, preparing for the visit of King Fahad. I was also preparing for the visit of a number of other people, and I was seeking to make arrangements, as always precede visits by various countries. And in the run-up to many of these meetings, who also always convene with the resident official here in Washington from various countries, and it is a process of working out exactly what the itinerary will be and how many meetings, the agenda for the meetings, logistic arrangements, and so forth. And in the course of a meeting which was coming up with Country 2 in this period, I did this kind of routine with the resident official there. And in the course of that, did not get into the nitty-gritty of this problem that we had, assuming that Country 2's contributions would end or had ended. But it was clear that in the same general terms we had discussed the President's agenda as he would translate it to his counterpart, Country 2's leader, that one of our problems would remain, as it had been before, the situation in Central America and funding for the Contras. Again, I don't wish to pretend or be disingenuous. There was no solicitation per se. But I think on the list of concerns of this administration going into this visit coming up, it was apparent that this was one of them. And so the arrangements were made. Nothing said by resident officials from Country 2 during this time. The meeting occurred, and we had arranged and agreed that there would be 2 meetings of the President and the head of state of Country 2. The first in the Oval Office, as is always the case, and the second would take place in the family residence of the White House, which represents a special level of cachet and singling out for special treatment a foreign visitor. At the end of that second session, on the second day, there was also to be a one-on-one session, which is also an added measure of respect and standing. And as that in fact occurred, Country Two's leader and President Reagan had a private session. Then both came out. The President's habit was to debrief or summarize what had been conducted in that private session to the Secretary of State or to me or to both of us, and did so. In that debriefing, nothing came up on this subject, but within a day or so, I was advised by a resident official of Country 2 that whether in that meeting or not, that they, Country 2, had elected to carry on with their contributions they had made, but to be at about double the monthly level it had been in the previous year. Hearing of that, I advised the President within a day or so, I believe in the same fashion that I had before, that is, in a note card put into the briefing book for him to read each morning. And I recall getting his reaction as being one of analogous to the earlier time of gratitude and satisfaction, not of surprise.
Now, let's go over this again. The amount this time at $2 million a month was roughly $25 million. Is that what you understood you were being offered?
That is correct. I heard both figures mentioned later, but soon after that news was reported to me by the foreign official, the Secretary of Defense here and the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs also told me they had heard the same thing, but their figure was 25.
And you received that information from the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff and the Secretary of Defense?
That is correct. So
that the President was aware through discussions with you, if not through other means, of the $25 million contribution, correct?
That is correct.
The Secretary of Defense told you he had heard about it directly, am I correct?
Yes, sir.
And the Secretary and the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff told you he knew of it?
That's correct.
Did you tell the Secretary of State?
No, I did not.
Did
at
you,
that time, later.
Was that a matter of conscious choice to keep the Secretary of State unaware of this?
Well, not of conscious choice. I shared virtually everything, I think indeed everything, with the Secretary of State that I would learn of relevance. I did not foreclose doing that. I would have, I believe, not have done it in a way that risks disclosure beyond him personally. But the truth is that I did not until sometime later on.
The truth is that you didn't until sometime around June of 1986, is
That's
that correct?
Yes, sir.
And you did it then when you were asked by your successor, Admiral Poindexter, whether the Secretary of State knew. Is that fair to say?
I think that's likely, yes, sir.
And the decision, therefore, not to tell the Secretary of State at the time was one that you made, and what I'm trying to find out is why. Why not tell the Secretary of State?
Well, there's no reason not to.
Well, what was in your mind in terms of not telling him?
Well, I think it was probably oversight, Mr. Lyman, just error on my part. I mean, I had no personal inhibition about telling him. I think I should have.
Did you tell the DCI?
No, I didn't.
Is it a fact that you regarded this source of funding as a matter to be held as a closely held secret?
Yes, I did.
Let me have 31. Do you recall that even before this second contribution of $25 million was communicated to you, that you had received through Admiral Poindexter a complaint from the DCI, Mr. Casey, that Colonel North had talked about the sources of funding to a CIA official.
I recall that, yes, sir.
And you recall, and this is Exhibit 31, that Colonel North wrote you a memorandum defending the fact that he was discreet and that he, in fact, did not tell the CIA about where the money was coming from.
Yes.
Now, you had regular meetings with Mr. Casey, is that correct?
That's correct.
And
yes.
Those were generally meetings once a week?
Yes.
And am I correct that you made a point of not mentioning the name of the country to him, and he made a point of not asking you the name of the country?
We never had an exchange on it, to my knowledge.
And is it also correct, sir, that the Secretary of State never asked you where is the funding coming for 1985?
That's correct.
Without that funding, the Contras couldn't have continued. That's correct, isn't it? $25 million. But this was an affair in which people didn't ask you and you didn't thrust this knowledge upon them.
That's correct.
Except for informing the President. That's correct.
Yes, it is.
And what about the Vice President? Did you feel obliged to tell him also?
I'm not certain it was my habit to do that the Vice President was privy to whatever the President knew. And I recall it in the earlier situation rather vividly. I don't in this one. It is likely, I think.
Were you uncomfortable about receiving the money from a third country?
Well, I believe strongly that we could not and should not expect to sustain the policy with this kind of support, and that this had to be the last time.
Were you uncomfortable that you might be creating some implicit quid for a quo?
Yes, you always have to consider what is it that you may invite by way of reciprocal gesture or concession. What obligation do you incur for having had some contribution of this kind? Yes.
And as I understand the line that you were drawing, you couldn't come right out and say, I want a contribution. Am I correct? That would be a solicitation.
That's correct.
But you could express the concerns about the fact that the Contras were running out of funds.
That's correct.
And if in response to those concerns the foreign leader offered the money, you could tell him where to deposit it.
Well, of course, when it was legal the previous summer, he would have known that. So.
But you could tell him thank you when he offered it in February.
Yes.
And it was that kind of line that you found that you had to walk in order to keep the Contras going.
That's correct.
Now, apart from the money that you received, or the Contras received from Country 2, did you have any discussions with any member of your staff about their efforts to receive or raise contributions from any other countries?
Well, I have seen a memorandum which makes an account of a report to me by one of my subordinate staff officers of a conversation he had had with a Country 3 official, and apparently the issue of any interest on Country 3's part for contributing to the Contras came up, and that he reported this to me, and I'm a little hazy on the results, but I do know that I was very firm in saying to him, absolutely no participation by you or any other staff member in any kind of approach to this country. If they want to make a gift, that's their business, and they must do it bilaterally themselves, not with us.
Did he tell you this? Is this staff member, Mr. Segur?
That's correct.
Did he tell you, sir, that Colonel North had asked him to be in touch with, let's call it Country 3?
That's correct.
And am I correct that your response was that if Country 3 wanted to make a contribution, it should make it directly, but not through the NSC?
That is correct.
And do you know, sir, whether or not Country 3 actually made a contribution?
I do not.
Do you remember that the conversation with Mr. Segur occurred toward the end of your tenure as National Security Advisor?
I believe that's correct.
Now, did Colonel North report to you on how the money that was received from Country 2 was spent?
I recall at least one report of that nature, and I believe other oral reports.
Do you remember how Colonel North came to give you these reports on how the money was being spent that had been raised from Country 2?
Well, as I say, I believe there was at least one memorandum in writing.
Did he say to you at some point that he thought that Country 2 might want to know how its money was being spent?
That is familiar, I believe so.
And he gave you then a written report, and is that written report, would you look at Exhibit 37?
That is correct.
Now, before we look at the contents, I want you to explain something which will become pertinent later. The cover of the document refers to a System 4 channel. Am I correct?
Yes, sir.
And were you correct? Were you familiar with what System 4 documents were?
Yes, I was.
Just give us a very brief description of what that meant in terms of filing system.
System 4 was the most compartmented system for handling of NSC written communications, memoranda, cables, whatever. And it was handled by a very, very limited number of people, both administratively and in terms of analysis.
And were System 4 documents kept in a central file?
I believe they were only kept in the Intelligence Bureau's office.
And they were given numbers?
That's correct.
And they were under the direction of whom? Who had the control of those documents?
There was a senior administrative official, Mr. Radzimski, who had custody of those files and who would physically carry them back and forth. They did not go on just other more routine transmission.
Now, this document, which has been marked as Exhibit 37, is a Systems 4 document, and it's from Colonel North to you, dated April 11, 1985. Correct? correct?
That's correct, yes.
And he says, attached at tab A is a summary analysis of how the FDN has expended funds which have been made available since United States government funding expired in May of 1984.
That is correct.
And the FDN was the Calero organization of the Nicaraguan resistance forces.
Yes, sir.
And it says from July of 1984 through February 1985, the FDN received $1 million per month for a total of $8 million. From February 22 to April 9, 1985, an additional $16 million has been received, an additional $16.5 million has been received for a grand total of $24.5 million.
That's correct.
And that was before they received that last installment from Country 2. And then it goes on to say that of this, of the $24.5 million, $17,145,594 has been expended for arms, munitions, combat operations, and support activities, correct?
Yes, sir.
And it then lists the various expenditures in tab A of what kinds of munitions were bought.
Yes, it does.
And now, did you share this information with anyone else?
No, I didn't.
Did you report it to your commander-in-chief?
No, I didn't.
Did you tell the president how the Contras were faring?
Yes, I gave him any significant information that I got. He had a strong interest in the status of the movement and its plans and how it was faring. And yet he didn't, nor should he, in my judgment, have worried about whether specific kinds of things were being purchased. More the general conclusion, are they or are they not satisfactorily equipped, which I would report to him.
Did there come a time, Mr. McFarlane, when you were told that one of these shipments of arms to the Contras was seized by a military official in a neighboring Central American country? Do you recall that, sir?
I believe so, yes.
And do you recall that that was after a vote in Congress which had rejected an effort to resume funding for the Contras?
That's correct.
And you received a report that that this military commander of a neighboring country had concluded that that was a license for him to take the Contras' arms.
Yes.
Did you ask the President of the United States to speak to the head of state of that country to make sure that the Contras' arms were released to them?
Yes.
And was that successful?
Yes, it was a matter coordinated with the cabinet officers too, but I would have said it was a message, but it may have been oral.
And the arms then were released to the Contras, am I correct?
I believe so, yes.
Now, if you look at this memo that we're on, which is Exhibit 37, and page 2 at the bottom, Colonel North reported to you, and I'll quote, "It is apparent that the $7 million remaining will be insufficient to allow the resistance to advance beyond these limited objectives unless there is a commitment for additional funds. The $14 million which the United States government may be able to provide will help to defray base camp, training, and support expenses, but will not significantly affect combat operations until autumn due to lead time requirements. Am I right that the $14 million was money that you had contemplated that you might be able to obtain from Congress at that time?
That's correct, yes.
Then it goes on to say, and this is Colonel North's recommendation to you, efforts should therefore be made to seek additional funds from the current donors, parentheses, 15 to 20 million, which will allow the force to grow to 30 to 35,000. Now, were the current donors Colonel North's term for country 2?
That's correct.
And the memorandum at the end had a recommendation for action, if you turn the page.
Yes.
And the recommendation was that the current donors be approached to provide $15 to $20 million additional between now and June 1, 1985, correct?
That's correct.
And there's no indication as to whether you approved or disapproved that.
I did not approve it.
And why did you not approve that?
Well, bear in mind we're within 2 weeks of when this lump sum of $25 million, albeit in 2 or 3 deliveries, I think, had been received. And so as a practical matter, there wasn't any need for money. And furthermore, even if there had been a need for money, I felt strongly that this had to be a matter which the administration could sustain through the Congress and the American people, and that we couldn't continue to rely upon foreign sources for it.
And so you turned down that request.
That's correct.
Now, did you know that General Secord was supplying some of the munitions that are referred to on this list that Colonel North sent to you?
No, I didn't.
Did he discuss that with you at all as to where the Contras were getting their arms?
No, I had assumed that as the day came, the fall of '84, when all of us could see that the CIA's authority was going to be ended, that they would have made clear that in order to continue, the Contra leadership was put in touch with the appropriate people to continue to make orders for whatever they might need. But I hadn't been specifically advised of that.
Now, I'd like to take you through some of these other written reports that you received from Colonel North. Do you recall, and this is Exhibit 32, receiving a report from Colonel North that there was a hitch in the delivery of arms from one unnamed country?
Yes, I do.
And do you recall that Colonel North told you that the problem was that the exporting country thought that the arms were going to the country that had provided the end user certificates and didn't realize that the arms were going to the Contras?
Yes.
And that Colonel North had straightened them out and told them that the arms were going to the Contras, correct?
That's correct.
And he urged them, therefore, to complete the delivery.
Yes.
And he indeed even told the representative of this country that if they did so, they might get recognition from the Contras if the Contras became a state.
Yes.
Now, did you consider, this was on December 4, 1984, after the Boland Amendment was adopted, did you consider this kind of activity by Colonel North in assisting the Contras to get weapons that they had paid for or contracted for to be consistent with the Boland Amendment?
Well, at the time, if I got this, I expect that I received this memorandum out in California in December. It was the President's habit to go to the West Coast, and was sometime after the date on the paper here. But normally what I did when I had a report of something that seemed to be, if not over the line of question, I'd ask Admiral Poindexter to find out what is going on. Now, I don't have any concrete recollection of how this one was resolved.
Well, this one, if you look at the cover page, has an M if on the routing slip.
Yes, I don't dispute having seen it. I don't recall precisely how it was resolved, but I believe that my habit was, whenever this and one or two other memos of the same questioning in my mind came up, that I would ask the Admiral to find out from Colonel North what had happened and how his actions squared with the law.
My question isn't clear. I know this is, that we're talking about an event that is 2.5 years ago.
Right.
And a lot has happened since then, and there have been a lot of investigations and a lot of debate. I'm asking you, if you can, put yourself back in December of 1984 and tell me whether at that time you considered this kind of activity, which Colonel North was reporting to you on, to be consistent with the restrictions that have been imposed by the Bowen Amendment.
Well, on the surface reading of it, it looks not to be in conformity, because I wanted to know precisely what had happened. I believe that I asked the Admiral to find out what did happen.
Did you ever admonish North during this period for his efforts to help the Contras?
Well, yes, the discussion of what they were doing, what he was doing, and so forth. My guidance to other staff members were fairly frequent in this time. And I think, perhaps we'll get to it in other memoranda, that the awareness that I was very concerned about staying within the line is reflected in the fact that Colonel North's memos add a kind of a preemptive explanation of why what he was doing was within the law in other memos.
Well, Mr. McFarlane, you understood that Oliver North had a deep commitment to the Contra cause. Am I correct?
Yes, I did.
This was something that was not just an assignment for him, it was something in which he had a conviction.
That's correct.
And he had a conviction which was a conviction shared by the President, by you, and by the administration.
That's correct.
And he was also a person who brought enormous energy to what he was doing.
Yes, he did.
And is it fair to say he was also a person who was difficult to control when he was in pursuit of an objective?
Well, I think Colonel North always responded to firm guidance when it was given.
Was he a person who ran with the ball?
Yes, he was. He was a very solid, determined, energetic, devoted officer.
Is there a question, Mr. McFarlane, as to whether in giving him this task you gave it to a person who would run with the ball very, very far?
Well, I thought surely that Ollie was probably the most mission-oriented, can-do professional on the staff. And I believe that the interpretation of guidance I had given him would probably be certainly carried out, but that probably he would on occasion go beyond, and I could foresee that.
Well,
I think any professional as competent as Colonel North, when he went down to make a visit to the Contras and was in the locale of their camps or something, and would observe how they were getting on and organizing themselves, and undoubtedly from time to time say, well, your truck park is vulnerable, or you're not very well camouflaged, or this or that, the kind of thing that is just an almost instinctive thing for a professional to do. And quite honestly, because the comments of one single officer resident in Washington most of the time isn't going to have that dramatic an effect on the outcome of the conflict. I didn't think that Congress was talking about that kind of thing. I still don't.
Would you look at Exhibit 33? Now, Exhibit 33 is another System 4 document to you from Colonel North, in which he asked your permission to provide Mr. Calero with information on a Nicaraguan merchant ship carrying weapons for the purpose of enabling Mr. Calero to either seize or sink the ship. Recall that?
I've seen it in the last weeks and may have seen it at the time. This is in the category of things that I would have found out about by researching afterwards, myself or with the Admiral.
And the Admiral indeed wrote, and it's in this exhibit, it's attached to the last page, he wrote on it, except for the prohibition of the intelligence community doing anything to assist the freedom fighters, I would recommend I bring this up at the CPG meeting at 2 o'clock today. And then he said, of course, we could discuss it from the standpoint of keeping the arms arriving from Nicaragua without any involvement of Calero and freedom fighters. What do you think? In fact, you didn't authorize any action to seize this ship.
No, I did not.
Once again, was it within the assignment that you had given to Colonel North that he propose action to seize ships carrying arms?
No, it wasn't, but I don't fault him for it. I think that the job, my job, the job of any responsible commander is to expect that energetic people operating under an assignment to accomplish a given mission are going to try to be imaginative and to think up things that hopefully will be both prudent, feasible, successful, wise, but that many times they won't. That's why you're the boss and they're the subordinate. And so to say, no, don't do that, as I would often do, and write on memos, this is illegal, as we have seen. But that's my job, and I don't fault him for having been an imaginative, aggressive, committed young officer.
Now, would you look at Exhibit 35? Now, that's a memo from Colonel North where he asked you to take some action and where you approved that action, correct?
That's correct.
And the action that he asked you to do was to send a memorandum to Secretary Schultz and Weinberger and Director Casey and General Vesey asking for their views on increased United States assistance to a Central American country. Correct?
That is correct.
And you, in fact, sent the memorandum, requested that, recommended that this country be considered for increased assistance, correct?
That is correct, yes.
Now, Colonel North, in his memorandum to you, said The real purpose of your memo is to find a way by which we can compensate the Central American country for the extraordinary assistance they are providing to the Nicaraguan freedom fighters. And he attached to this some end-user certificates which that country had provided to the freedom fighters that showed that the arms were going to that country rather than to the Contras.
That's correct.
Is that correct?
Yes.
And am I correct, you sent the memo?
Yes, I did.
And you did not, in sending the memo, indicate that the real purpose was to compensate this country for assisting the Contras.
Well, that wasn't its real purpose.
That was Colonel North's purpose.
Well, that is the way that he portrayed it. However, for a long time, many members of Congress, the Secretary of Defense, Secretary of State, had urged that we review and reconsider Guatemala's eligibility for foreign assistance. So on its merits, Guatemala, having made some progress in the direction of improved human rights records and reduced number of unexplained murders and things like that, justified asking the community, has the time come where Guatemala deserves to have some support? Now, I don't say that disingenuously at all. Colonel North would obviously, or occasionally, would write memoranda that were rather lurid in their portrayal of events. For example, in this one, the description that this relationship and the end-user certificates emerged as a direct consequence of my visit there is absolutely untrue. For example, I made that trip, landed at the airport in Guatemala, spent 20 minutes at the airport, got back on the plane, and left. Now, in the space of that time, the total exchange consisted of sitting in a room with career officials, the CIA, Defense, my staff, the State Department, and the resident ambassador. Now, anyone with any gumption certainly is not going to sit there in the front of God and everyone and say, will you please provide illegal end-user certificates for me? In short, this simply didn't happen. But I looked at the memo that was attached and what it sought to achieve, to evaluate whether or not Guatemala was qualified to receive aid, was a very legitimate purpose, and it was the only purpose.
One last question, and then we're going to break. Did you admonish Colonel North for sending this kind of memo and stating that the purpose was to compensate the country for assisting the freedom fighters?
I did not.
No.
On this occasion, I did otherwise.
McFarlane, the committees will now stand in recess until 2 p.m. this afternoon, when we will reassemble in this room for further continuation of the testimony.
I think I guess
Mr. Chairman, at the recess, there was put up on the wall certain charts from left to right. The first one is the Bolin provision that was in effect for fiscal 1984. The second one, I believe, is the amendment that was in effect for fiscal 1985. And the last two charts with the blue borders were the amendments that were adopted in August of 1985. I've also been asked, because of the censorship in the declassification, to go over Exhibit 32 again. If you could take it out, Mr. McFarlane, and to review its import. As you recall, that's the memorandum of December 4, 1984 that Colonel North sent to you when there was difficulty with a foreign country's willingness to ship arms that it thought was going to one Central American country but was destined for the Contras, and you talked about it. If you would look at it, North writes, as agreed, I explained to the foreign emissary, I'm going to be adding the concept, explained to the foreign emissary, our purpose in the meeting was to clarify questions which had been raised in Canada regarding an arms transaction destined for a Central American country. I explained that an intermediary had advised that the country represented by the emissary apparently made a decision not to proceed with the Canadian-originated arms sale. Then it describes what was in the arms sale. It goes on to say, the emissary professed to be unaware of the Canadian transaction. I advised him that the purchase was not really intended for use by the Central American country, but rather for the Nicaraguan resistance forces. Furthermore, the intermediary had indicated that the problem appeared to be the number of the Central American country's military officers who are graduates of a certain military academy. As a consequence of the apparent reluctance to proceed with the sale, showing the Central American end-user certificate, the Canadian arms dealer is preparing to reinitiate discussions for a similar delivery via another country. That is in substance what the document says, adding substitutes for what was deleted. Would you turn now to Exhibit 36. Now, Exhibit 36 purports to be, Mr. McFarlane, a memorandum sent to you by Oliver North dated March 16, 1985, entitled Fallback Plan for the Nicaraguan Resistance. Am I correct?
Yes.
And it has notations on the margin, and are those your notations?
Yes, they are.
And is it fair to say that North was making proposals to you for means of obtaining funds in the event that Congress didn't go through? Congress did not appropriate funds. Is that fair to say?
He was expressing some ideas about it, yes.
And you were writing on the margins your views, yes, no, doubtful, and so forth.
That's correct.
Now, if we look at the this memorandum, Colonel North stated as his assumption right at the beginning that Congress is unwilling to support release of $14 million in U.S. government funds for the purpose of supporting directly or indirectly military or paramilitary operations in Nicaragua. That was what he assumed for the purpose of the memorandum.
Yes.
And then he came up with different options. And he goes on to say in the next paragraph, in the second sentence, the current funding relationship which exists between the resistance and its donors is sufficient to purchase arms and munitions between now and October if additional monies are provided for non-military supplies, for example, food, clothing, medical items, etc. The current donors will have to be convinced of the need to continue their funding for munitions after October 1, 1985. A commitment for another $25 to $30 million from the donors will be necessary for munitions in 1986 in anticipation that the $28 million requested in the intelligence budget is not approved. Am I correct?
Yes.
Now, it's also correct that Congress did approve $27 million for fiscal year 1986. Am I correct
That is
in that?
correct, yes.
But that was not for munitions, but for humanitarian aid.
That's right.
Now, when Colonel North wrote here that the current donors will have to be convinced of the need to continue their funding for munitions, did you understand that he was referring to country 2 as the current donors?
Yes, I did.
And what was the reason, if any, that you know that he used the plural for one country?
Well, I think in common parlance, whenever we talked about that country, we talked about a collective leadership, and it was always expressed in plural. It was just a common reference for country 2.
Was it to camouflage that it was one country?
I don't think so.
In any event, you did want to keep the identity of the country secret.
Yes.
Now, you've testified that one of the rules that you laid down was that there should be no solicitation.
That's correct.
Would you tell me when Colonel North said the current donors will have to be convinced of the need to continue their funding, is that a distinction that you're drawing between solicitation and convincing, or that he's drawing?
Well, my reaction to this proposition was negative in any case, that it wasn't a matter of splitting hairs between soliciting and inducing, if you will, by circumlocution. It was a matter that we weren't going to rely on any foreign source again, in my judgment.
Now, when you say that you turned it down, you wrote on the second page where he gave his recommendations, he wrote, the current donors must be apprised of the plan and agree to provide additional $25 to $30 million to the resistance for the purchase of arms and munitions, and you wrote doubt.
That's correct.
And why did you write doubt? Some of them you wrote no on, some you wrote yes. Why did you write doubt?
Well, I don't know concretely at the time why I wrote that, but it basically seemed to me that, first of all, we could not. It was illegal. Secondly, that it should not, because it was kidding ourselves if we continued to rely on somebody else to sustain a policy we couldn't.
Now, did it strike you as unusual at all that after you told Colonel North that solicitation was out, and after you rejected his recommendations for solicitation on a number of occasions, that he kept sending you memoranda saying, let's solicit, let's encourage?
Yes, it did.
Did it occur to you that the message wasn't getting through?
Well, at this particular time, it seemed a little odd because things were looking better at this moment. We were about to have the San Jose Declaration, our own peace plan, and it seemed to me that our fortunes with the Congress were rising at that particular moment. Plus, it's still very close in time to the infusion of $25 million new dollars, so we didn't need the money anyway.
As you sit here today, are you positive that you did give those instructions against solicitation? I know
Sure.
it's several years ago. Are you positive that you gave those instructions?
Yes, absolutely.
Now, he also recommended that the President make an appeal to the American people to send money for the Contras, and you wrote no on that.
Yes, that's correct.
And he recommended that there be a tax-exempt organization created for the freedom fighters, and that you wrote yes on.
Yes.
Now, were you at all involved at all in the activities of the Channel Group to obtain money for the Contras?
No, I wasn't.
Were you aware that that group was engaged in that endeavor?
No, I wasn't. I've only
you-
learned of the group this past year.
You didn't speak at any of their functions?
No, I didn't.
Did you know that Colonel North was involved with them?
No, I didn't.
Did you know at all that he was involved with Mr. Miller in attempting to help the Contras?
No, I didn't.
Did you know Miller?
No, I don't.
And again, this is another thing that Colonel North didn't report to you on.
I didn't know anything about them. That's correct.
Was there any sense that you had at the time that you had given Colonel North the idea that, intentionally or unintentionally, that there were just some things that he shouldn't bring to your attention?
I don't think so. I didn't intend to, and yet I think this. I think that I have to accept responsibility regardless of whether I provided explicit direction that led to this, that as the person who set the tone, set the example, was in charge, I am responsible for what happened.
Well, but, Mr. McFarlane, for example, you did not want to impose certain knowledge on the Secretary of State.
Yes, that's correct.
And I'm asking you whether, on a lower level, there was that same compartmentalization, namely that as you think about what was happening then, that Colonel North was not briefing you on some things which would have been awkward for you.
Well, I understand what you mean, and I think that it is very possible that Colonel North would have done the other thing, and that is not tell me things in order to protect me. He was a very loyal officer concerned for my own welfare, too. So I can imagine that he may have undertaken things to do and not told me about it for my benefit, not his.
Now, that's the point that I was really
Yes.
asking you about. Because when you didn't tell the Secretary of State, that was for his benefit, not for yours.
That's correct.
Now, if you, after you received this memorandum from from Oliver North in which he proposed going back to the to country 2 for $25 to $30 million. Do you recall that you discussed the subject of third country funding with the DCI, Mr. Casey?
I don't believe I did, no.
Well, if you would look, maybe this will refresh your recollection. Could you look at 36A, which is a memorandum of a meeting that you had with the director, prepared by his office. The meeting was March 21, and the North memorandum to you was dated March 16, so it was within a week. And in it, the director says of a meeting with you, we then discussed the Contra situation and what to do about funding. The director, that is Mr. Casey, expressed some concern based on his conversation with Poindexter earlier in the day that the administration was going to be content to seek authorization for non-lethal aid to the Contras, relying on third countries to supply either arms or funds for arms. I'll stop there and say, in fact, the administration ended up seeking the money for non-lethal aid.
That's correct.
Right. Then Mr. Casey goes on to say, I noted to McFarlane that while this is the expediency of getting dollars to the Contras quickly, I feared that the long-term program would be in jeopardy, that by doing it in this, and its fashion, Congress is virtually left off the hook as far as commitment to Central America goes. The opponents next year will attempt to ferret out those countries providing arms or dollars to the Contras and will then seek to cut off any aid or arms sales we have with those countries. Hence, we will not only lose support to the Contras, but also our ability to help those third countries. Bud noted that this was a good point, and he felt that rather than have another meeting on this subject, he would take the issue to the President and let him decide. Do you recall that meeting at all?
I don't, but I can picture I recall how the meetings normally took place on Wednesday afternoons, and this one doesn't.
Well, here you're being told by the director that if you rely on third countries for lethal support for the Contras and it gets out, Congress could penalize those countries as well as the Contras, right?
Yes.
And you acknowledge that that was a serious issue, and that you would leave it to the President to decide. Did you bring it to the President? Do you have any recollection of that, sir?
I know that I did not.
Then why did you tell the DCI that you were going to leave it to the President and not do it?
Well, first you assume that this is an accurate record. There, the first time I've seen this document, but the two things here. First of all, when the director would come to the meeting, he would carry a notebook about like this with inserts such as this one with the CIA overlay imprinted on it. Occasionally, when there was something he wanted me to follow up on after the meeting, he would give me a clean memorandum without the CIA lettering on it, and he didn't on this subject. But concerning this one, over time I found that from the spring of '84 through the summer through '85, in fact, as a consistent matter, I normally disagreed with the director on how a given matter ought to be taken on and promoted with the Congress. And I also found that it didn't do very much good to argue about it, and that the easy way to resolve a given conflict was just to acknowledge that the only way you're going to solve this is elevate it to the boss. Well, that would always at least get us on to the next agenda item.
And on this one, as I understand your testimony, you made the decision that there was no point in seeking further third country assistance.
Yes.
And in fact, you didn't.
That's correct.
Now, would you look then at Exhibit 37A, which is another one of these weekly meetings with the DCI. Paragraph 6, which is the only thing that was left in after the declassification, says, we then discussed the $14 million for the Contras, and there seem to be more bills and proposals around than the administration can handle. Then goes on to say, do you see where I'm reading, Mr. Funk?
Yes, I do.
McFarlane wanted to know if we were plugged in to the private efforts to raise the $14 million. The DCI indicated that we had heard something on that but had no details. What was he referring to, if you know, about the private efforts to raise the $14 million?
Well, what I was referring to was whether or not the director was conscious of any efforts in the United States to raise money from private individuals. And I didn't assume that the CIA in its official capacity would be penetrating or otherwise collecting on them. It's against the law, but I just wanted to know whether Bill Casey was aware of any such effort or not.
Well, did you have a goal then of raising $14 million from private donors in the United States?
No, the apparent or alleged efforts of outside groups raising money was well known, or at least it was well rumored in public.
Well, I mean, this is not your memorandum, I appreciate it. It's the memorandum of the CIA, but it says McFarlane wanted to know if we were plugged in to the private efforts to raise the $14 million. What were the private efforts that you were talking about?
Well, the rumored efforts that were well known, and I simply wanted to know, was Bill Casey witting of any such efforts? I was not, but I didn't know whether or not he was plugged into something that I was not.
Well, who is in charge of the private efforts to raise the $14 million?
I didn't know, and I didn't purport to know. I wanted to know, really, if he knew.
Well, if one of your tasks was within the law to keep the Contras going, did it not seem to you that it was appropriate for you to inquire as to who was raising the money?
Well, it would have been, yes.
Did you ask North?
Repeatedly, Colonel North and I had exchanges about who is doing it, are you involved, and so forth.
And what were the responses?
That he believed that there were well-meaning, patriotic Americans that were joined together to donate money and were working with the Contras, but that he wasn't personally party to it.
Do you recall whom he told you was organizing the effort?
I don't believe that he did.
Did you ask?
Broadly, yes. Who is getting this money together? What does it involve? What does it amount to? Are you party to it?
And his answer was he didn't know?
He said that he expected that there were several that were operating on their own independently, and that he wasn't plugged into it, though.
Did he ever tell you that he was trying to raise the money from the so-called phony Saudi prince? You've read a lot about that, an Iranian who was parading himself as a Saudi prince.
He never mentioned that, and I've never heard of it before.
Until it
These,
recently has been written about.
That's correct.
And he didn't tell you that he was arranging to have Miller meet with this man?
No.
And he didn't tell you that he was in contact with the FBI to ask that they not proceed with any indictment of this man for fraud until he came up with his money?
No, he didn't.
Now, the committee has heard testimony that in July of 1985, Colonel North flew down on a government plane to Florida and met with Mr. Calero, Colonel Bermudez, and Mr. Secord to discuss the organization of an airlift for the Contras. I heard that testimony from General Secord last week. Were you aware, sir, that Colonel North was holding that meeting or attending that meeting?
No, I wasn't. I can imagine again that Colonel North kept that from me for my benefit, not his.
Did you ever discuss with Colonel North that the Contras needed an airlift?
No. The fact that occasionally deliveries were made by air was reported by Colonel North to me, but we never talked about the need to expand it, nor contract it, nor get involved.
Did he ever tell you that he was turning to General Secord to undertake that mission?
No, he didn't. The
Did he-
first encounter with General Secord I expect we'll get to was in December of '85.
Did he ever tell you that he had asked General Secord to approach a foreign emissary to get money?
That Colonel North had
Yes,
told
sir.
him to?
Yes. To Secord, and asked him to approach a foreign official with whom Secord had had dealings, and for Secord to ask that official to help.
Oh, I recall an exchange that was basically rhetorical, in which he said, did I, McFarlane, have any problem if General Secord were to do that? And as I recall, I answered that it isn't our job to tell General Secord what he can or cannot, should or should not do.
Did you have any meetings with General Secord in this period of '84 up till December of 1985 when you saw him in London?
No, I didn't.
Did you have telephone conversations with him to the best of your recollection?
No, I didn't.
What was your relationship, if you could put a description on it, with General Secord? Was he a advisor, a colleague?
Well, as far as I knew, there was no relationship between General Secord and the NSC, either in a consultancy status or anything else. I had known General Secord when the two of us served in government together in 1981. I believe he testified to that, but not after he had left government in 1983.
Well, General Secord has testified to a number of conversations and meetings with North during the period that you were National Security Advisor relating to the Contras. Were those things that you were unaware of?
That is correct.
Did you have any discussions with North about the need to open the Southern Front?
I think we did, yes.
Did North tell you that he was taking any steps to do this?
I recall a conversation and, in fact, a time when Aiden Pastora who had a rather stormy relationship with the CIA, was seeking support and assistance to guidance to start up once more the RDA faction of anti-Sandinista forces in the South, and I couldn't put a time on it, but I would imagine it was probably spring or summer of '85. And it was discussed, but dropped, I believe, I don't remember, but because I think of Pastora's no longer had an interest.
Did North ever tell you that he had given any kind of instructions to the ambassador to Costa Rica to assist in opening the southern front?
No, sir.
North sat on something called the RIG.
Yes,
That's a restricted interagency group,
that's correct.
and there was a representative from state and from the CIA, from defense on that group.
Yes, there were.
Did North report to you on the meetings of the RIG?
Occasionally, when something was going to be proposed that required a decision, yes.
Did the RIG have the authority to instruct ambassadors to open a southern front, or?
No. Of course, it depends on the timing, but never would that kind of decision, I think, be taken at the assistant secretary level or lower.
Now, in your statement, and then I want to turn to Iran for a moment. In your statement, referring to the fact that the congressional policy on Iran, on the Contras, had changed, as can be seen from these charts, and that the administration's policy remained constant, you wrote, "People simply cannot carry out policy under the conditions I have described. If you try to make them do so, you will produce conflicting allegiances, lack of communication, and blurring of essential lines of authority and responsibility." Were you referring to this conflict between the policy on the Contras set in these appropriations and authorization bills and the policy of the administration?
Well, I was referring to ambiguities both within the executive branch and between the Congress and the executive branch. And in the former area, whenever the nominal direction is under the hand of one agency, which by presidential order it was, and that was the State Department, and two participating agencies, Defense and CIA, are foreclosed in law from participating in the enterprise, and the State Department is basically indifferent about it, although I'd have to say Mr. Abrams was not indifferent about it. Then you have people that by default receive a responsibility, the NSC staff, but they don't have the authority that needs to go with any mission that's assigned. Separately, the matter of evolution in the legal framework is extremely difficult to manage in any fashion that preserves credibility vis-a-vis not only in this case Nicaragua and our friends in Central America, but more and more any ally anywhere. I think since the time of the War Powers Resolution, the extent to which a country can count upon the ability of the United States to fulfill its commitments is diminished. And when the Congress goes from, in this case, full funding to restricted funding to no funding to quadrupling the funding in the space of 5 years, it's extremely unsettling to friends and allies, because it implies that the executive branch does not have the ability to fulfill commitments that it makes.
When you said that referring to people, that it will produce conflicting allegiances, what were the different allegiances that you saw in conflict?
Well, I think that any member of the RIG, for example, who was subordinate to the chairman of the RIG, the Assistant Secretary of State, recognizing that the State Department was disinclined to promote the policy and the other two agencies were unable to by law, that people either looked to the NSC, whose representative happened to be subordinate to all of them, and his ability to coordinate with them as a very junior officer and to whom they should be accountable is blurred. And that's what I was implying.
Well, was the conflict between the mission to keep the Contras going and this legislation?
Yes, I think that's fair.
Now, let's turn to Iran, and it's been well covered in part in the Tower Board's very careful study, and I'd like to therefore skip over some parts, see if we can summarize them, and move to other parts where you have some insight and information to convey. Am I correct that in June of 1985, a draft National Security Decision Directive, an NSDD, was circulated to the different departments interested in foreign policy?
That's correct.
And that draft proposed consideration of a new opening to Iran, which might involve the sale of arms.
Yes.
And that proposal, to say the least, was not greeted with great enthusiasm by either the Secretary of State or the Secretary of Defense.
That's correct.
They both rejected it.
Yes.
At about the same time, am I correct, that you had asked Mr. Ledeen, who was going to be visiting Israel, to see what intelligence Israel had on what was going on in Iran?
Yes.
And am I correct that in part you asked him to do this because the United States was suffering from a lack of human intelligence, to use the phrase, in Iran?
That's correct.
And Mr. Ledeen reported back to you that the Israelis had some contacts in Iran and thought there was a possibility of an initiative.
Yes.
Now, there came a time, and this is where I want you to tell us what happened. There came a time in July of 1983 when you had direct contact with a representative of the Israeli government. Am I correct?
Yes.
And who was that?
That was the Director General of the Israeli Foreign Ministry.
And what was his name?
Mr. Kimke.
Mr. Kimke.
Yes.
And how long had you known Kimke?
Well, I had known of him for a decade. I had worked closely with him for my entire time in this administration, since '81.
And this is 1985 we're talking about.
That's correct.
Okay. And tell us about your meeting and conversation with Mr. Kimke?
He came to report the existence of contacts between Israeli officials and Iranian officials that had gone on for some time, and through these contacts, the interest on the part of Iranian officials in establishing contact with the United States. The largest part of the conversation focused upon my asking why he had confidence in these people. Why was it we shouldn't believe that they were self-serving, opportunistic people? And he went to some length to explain the basis on which he and his associates in Israel had concluded that these people were legitimate and sought over time to be able to influence change in Iran away from the rather extreme policies of the time to a more or less violent coexistence with their neighbors. He stated at the time that the people with whom they had dealt, who were at some risk, understood that the United States had no reason to believe in them. We had not dealt with them, and accordingly that their bona fides would have to be demonstrated. Mr. Kimke said that they, understanding this, would see if they couldn't influence the captors of the U.S. and other countries' hostages in Lebanon to release them. And in fact, in that first encounter, stated that they had thought it through and with some confidence only wanted to know two things. Were we interested in talking to them, and how would we prefer that they release the hostages?
Now, is that the substance of that first conversation with Mr. Kimke?
Yes, it was.
Now, in the first conversation, did Mr. Kimke mention arms?
No.
But he did mention hostages.
Yes, he did.
Is it fair to say that the release of the hostages was an important objective of the NSC at this time?
Yes, it was.
And in fact, did you have a concurrent operation going to seek the release of the hostages through ransom being raised from Mr. Perot? And
well, within a year of that time, there was an operation involving DEA agents with the cooperation of the Attorney General that was underway, yes.
that was underway at this very time, wasn't it?
Yes.
And that had been approved by the President.
Yes.
And am I correct that this involved ransoming the hostages for $1 million a hostage?
It involved no government funds, but it did involve bribes of guards and people in the chain from the immediate housing of the prisoners to their ultimate escape from Lebanon, yes.
It involved paying the people who were holding them.
That's right, and others.
And if you look at Exhibit 38A, which is a memorandum of June 7, 1985, from Mr. North to you, he discussed that operation, correct?
Yes.
And he discussed that the hostages could be bribed free for $1 million apiece as follows, and then he outlined it,
Yes.
correct? He talked about the fact that the DEA would be involved in the operation,
Yes.
and they were involved pursuant to the authorization of the Attorney General of the United States.
Yes.
And then he said in the last paragraph, the DEA officers are prepared to take leave as soon as they are contacted by Mr. X travel arrangements and operational costs are currently being financed from funds normally available to the Nicaraguan resistance. Am I correct?
Yes.
And did you initially this document?
Yes, I did.
Now, you understood then that North was telling you that the walk-around money, the expenses of the DEA agents were being paid from money that was available normally to the Contras, right?
To tell you the truth, I didn't, but it's my own oversight that I didn't. If I had been careful about reading it, I would have. In thinking about it since learning about it, I can speculate on how that worked.
Did you ever ask him whether he was getting money from Calero to assist in the release of the hostages?
I didn't, but I should have, and I just missed this, that's all. I thought it was all coming from a private U.S. citizen.
So your testimony is that you did not know that Contra funds were being used for the release of the hostages?
No, not at the time, but
You've
I
since
wouldn't have
seen
been
this
surprised.
memorandum again when it was shown to you by us and the Independent Counsel and
Yes.
others, right?
That's correct.
Now, let's go back to the meeting with Kimke. He asked you at the end whether you'd be interested, but there were no arms involved. And what happened next?
I reported that to the President within a day or so before he went into the hospital in July of '85. And the sum and substance of the proposal was, is the United States interested in talking to these people? And secondly, what is your preference if they are able to influence the release of the hostages? And the President, in sum, said that, yes, there is no harm in listening to Iranians, and it was a very sensible thing to do, and that was conveyed to Mr. Kimke.
What was the next step then?
Within 2 weeks, or about July 13th or so, Israel sent a private Israeli citizen to this country.
Was that Schwimmer?
That's correct. And he reported to Mr. Ledeen basically that they had conveyed our response to the Iranians and that the Iranians had introduced a requirement that before they could take any action, they would require the delivery of 100 TOW missiles from our side. I conveyed that to the President, talked through it.
When did you convey that to the President? Was it when he was in the hospital?
Yes, it isn't precisely clear. I believe that it was the 16th or the 17th of July.
Did you ask to see him on this very subject?
Well, it was part of what I wanted to cover with them anyway in the normal morning national security briefs.
And now, for the first time, you had been told that the Iranians wanted a trade, 100 TOWs for the hostages.
That's correct.
And while you had been involved at the NSC in the concept of either ransom or a bribe, however you characterize it, this was something of a different order.
Yes. It's perhaps useful that I note that I had cabled a summary of this proposal to the Secretary of State, who was out of the country at the time.
And at the time that you spoke to the President, had you yet received the response from the Secretary of State?
Yes, he had responded and said that the pros and cons and risks as I had laid them out in my message, he agreed with, and yet on balance thought that a tentative show of interest ought to be made, and that I should take charge of the channel on the United States end. And I don't want to imply, however, that he supported the idea of an arms sale, but the idea of talking to Iranians and to include the ultimate release of hostages was a matter in which he said on balance it was worth a try.
Now, when you presented this to the President in the hospital, what was his reaction?
Well, the President said that he could understand how Iranians who wanted to achieve a change in policy would be vulnerable to the more radical Iranians affiliated with Khomeini. And so the idea of strengthening them by giving them the means to rally the Army or the Revolutionary Guards to them was not an outrageous notion, but that we hadn't met them and we didn't know them, and their bona fides were still very uncertain. And so at the time, there could not be any U.S.-owned items from the United States proper shipped to them in this kind of an arrangement. And I conveyed that back to Mr. Kimke.
You said U.S.-owned weapons from the United States sold to them. Was there an implication that the Israelis could ship if they wanted?
Well, that distinction is mine, not his, but he said, I believe we can't do that.
Okay.
And I conveyed that back to Mr. Kimke.
Now, at this time in July of 1985, you were aware, I take it, that a number of countries were selling weapons to Iran. Is that correct?
Yes.
Iran was getting supplied, notwithstanding the United States' effort at an embargo on arms.
That's correct.
And it was being supplied from a number of countries that were allies of ours.
Yes.
Israel one that you had heard was sending them weapons?
There were frequent reports of that, which I would ask Bill Casey about, and he could not prove it conclusively.
Other European countries?
Yes.
And was the United States engaged in a genuine effort to persuade its allies not to ship arms to
Yes,
Iran?
it was, and with some success.
And this was our public policy, am I correct?
That's correct.
And it was a policy that we were committed to.
Yes.
It wasn't just something we were playing lip service to.
No.
Okay, now let's take us to what happened after your meeting with the President in the hospital. Was Don Reagan the only other person present at that meeting?
It varied. Mr. Reagan was always present.
But when you presented this proposal?
He was there, and then within a matter of a day or so, the Secretary of State returned to the United States, and together we had a session with the President on this.
And did you review the same proposal when the Secretary of State was there?
Well, I had sent him the message and so forth, and I had reviewed it with him when he returned. I don't believe it was repeated in full before the President when the two of us met again, but he was conversant with the content of it.
Was it discussed in the hospital when the Secretary of State was present?
I am not certain that it was.
Okay. Tell us what the next event, next milestone is that you recall.
Yes. The President came back from Bethesda and was in convalescence in the White House, in the residence, the family quarters, for 10 days to 2 weeks. And between the 21st of July, which I believe was the date on which he returned, and approximately the 8th of August, there were meetings in the residence with him by each of the cabinet officers in the National Security Council, that is, the Vice President, Secretaries of State and Defense, Director of Central Intelligence, myself, and my deputy, Admiral Poindexter. There was at least one session in which all of the principals and the President were together, and a rather fulsome discussion of the pros and cons and risks of going ahead with any kind of Israeli brokered exchange with Iran was thoroughly vetted. The Secretary of Defense was very vocal in drawing out the legal implications. And as well, the policy implications, such as you have adverted to already, were made by the Secretary of State. The President's points were foremostly that he could imagine that if these people in Iran were legitimate in their interest of changing Iranian policy and were against terrorism, that to provide them arms would not be at variance with his policy, since he wasn't providing arms to Khomeini, but to people opposed to Khomeini's policies, and that he would be willing to take the considerable public heat that would inure if this were tried and it failed, because he could make that distinction. The Secretaries of State and Defense argued against it. Other cabinet officers expressed their views, and the President, as was often the case when disagreement existed, didn't reach a decision at the moment.
Now, who did you understand and tell the President would be getting the arms?
Well, by this time, I'll respond to the question. I should note there had been a third proposal made.
Why don't you go on with that?
We've covered the first one where no arms were talked about. 2 weeks later, a second where 100 tows were requested and turned down. And then Mr. Kemke called in late July and asked to come, and did in early August, to visit me in the White House. And the situation, after reporting what his government and the Iranian intermediaries had talked about since 2 weeks ago, reported that, or asked, what if Israel were to sell the weapons? What would be the United States' attitude? And more specifically, would Israel be willing or able, once they had sold weapons, to come to the United States to buy replacements? We talked about it at considerable length, 2 hours or more, and my point was basically to focus on the policy issue, that it's a matter of what your policy is. Will you or won't you condone or endorse the sale of weapons to Iran? It's not a matter of whether or not Israel can buy replacements. Israel has been buying arms from the United States for generations and will continue to do so. But he asked for the position of the United States government, and I reported it to the President, it being the question whether or not he would approve Israel making sales under terms that Israel would negotiate, and at some point coming to the United States, Israel, to buy replacement arms.
Now, was this the proposal that was discussed at that meeting that you talked about with all the principals being there?
That's correct.
And you were saying that the President made the point that the arms were not going to be going to the extremists, but to the people who were opposed to Khomeini and the extremists. Am I correct?
That's correct.
Who did you understand and tell the President would actually be getting these arms in Iran?
Well, it was represented to me by Mr. Kimke that the people with whom he was dealing, and this should remain
Well, this is
reserved
public,
for.
so that if you shouldn't name names if they're still classified.
Many have been made public, and denials are on the public record. Those subordinates who may still have some prospect of living, I think I'll not mention, but that generically the Iranians involved represented the highest level decision makers, but the principal advisors to them as well, both civilian, clerical, and military, and that the circle of people of this persuasion, that is, interested in change, included military, cleric, Bazari, and government officials.
Well, I'm sure you're going to get some questions from the panel on this, but the point that I wanted to get out in this direct was toes are not things you can carry in your pocket, right?
Right.
And you understood that the toes were going either to the military or to the Guard in
Yes.
Iran.
Yes.
And was there any discussion in the presence of the President that somehow the Guard or the military were not under the control of the Ayatollah Khomeini?
Yes, that it was conceivable to us that there were elements within the military not completely devoted to the Ayatollah.
So was a predicate of the discussion that the arms might be going to a group that the Ayatollah would not have control of?
It was conceivable. There were doubts.
And there was no way of verifying that?
No, but the President was very conscious of the risks and the improbabilities of that, and did put two stipulations on any sales that were made, and they included that they couldn't be of a size and number that would have had a significant effect on the balance or influence the condition of the war with Iraq, nor could they be weapons that would be easily adapted into terrorist use.
And the second condition?
Well, that they could not be used for terrorism. There was a third, really, also, although it was mine, and that is that there could not be any major end item, which is a term of art for any completed major weapon, like an airplane, a tank, something like that.
Now, you've told us, Mr. McFarlane, that the President did not make a decision at this meeting at which he had the secretaries and you and others present.
No, he did not.
Was there a discussion at this meeting that if the Israelis were permitted to sell and it came out that it could be denied that the United States had authorized it?
Well, I've seen reports of others having made that notation, and it is true that quite a lot of the discussion focused upon the fact that what was being asked was approval for someone else to do something, not for us. However, it seemed clear to me that the linkage was very apparent and that we had an obligation not to be naive, that this did engage U.S. interests in a major way. I have never felt for the past 10 years that there is such a thing as deniability.
Was that concept advocated at the meeting?
I frankly don't recall it being mentioned, but I have seen those reports, and it is true that what was discussed was that, Mr. President, it is Israel who's going to be doing it, not the United States. That's true.
Now, after that meeting, did you hear from the President again?
Yes, within a matter of a day or two.
And did he give you his decision?
Yes, he did.
And what was his decision?
His decision was to approve Israel being authorized to sell modest levels of tow missiles or other military spares and items to Iran, and to come to the United States and be allowed to purchase replacements. that they not affect the balance of the war, that they not be for terrorist purposes, and that they not include major end items.
And to whom did you convey that decision?
To Mr. Kimke,
Did you tell Mr. Kimke that you did not want Israel to seek immediate replacement of the toes?
I didn't, but I think that he and I did understand that to minimize risks of disclosure, the replacements ought to be part of the normal procurement cycle when they would be part of Israel's normal purchases from the United States.
Were you trying to avoid linkage?
That too.
Now, there came a time when you learned that Israel had shipped the toes,
Yes.
and did you learn that they shipped more than 100 toes?
Yes.
Who told you?
I am not certain. It's possible it was Mr. Kimke, it could be Mr. Ledeen, but I learned that there had been 508, I believe.
And did there come a time when you received a call from an Israeli representative telling you that as a result an American hostage would be allowed to go free?
Yes.
Was that a very unpleasant call?
Well, it was extremely disappointing.
Tell us about the call.
Well, it was the report from Mr. Kimke in Israel that, as a practical matter, they had run into difficulties with the Iranian intermediaries, that nonetheless he believed that while his expectations that all hostages would be released had not been fulfilled or would not be fulfilled, that we ought to continue the dialogue with them anyway, and that the United States could expect one hostage to be released within a couple of days. His call must have been on or about the 10th to 12th of September.
Were you asked to play God and choose one hostage?
Yes, and I asked for Mr. Buckley.
And that was a subject of some anguish to be put in the position of having to choose.
Yes.
And it brought home to you, I take it, you know, what it really meant to be negotiating for hostages.
Well, it was very clear that this was not the kind of exchange that was proper.
And did you report to the President that as a result of the Israeli shipment, a hostage would be released?
Yes, I did.
And you told him ultimately that it was Mr. Weir?
Yes, I did. I believe it was on a Sunday when we got word of that, and I called Reverend Weir's family and arranged, and Colonel North arranged, I believe, for the rendezvous of the family with him in Norfolk.
Now, another two or 3 minute detour, I hope. We've mentioned Mr. Ledeen. Mr. Ledeen was a consultant with the NSC.
Yes, he was.
And he was a person whom you had used for various missions in the past, think tank types of things.
More to simply gather information. Mr. Ledeen is well connected in a number of capitals of the world where there are socialist governments, and was able to travel and report back things that we would not learn from other sources. And it was in that context that we would often debrief him after he had traveled.
I'm going to leave it to the panel to pursue anything more on Mr. Ledeen. I would ask you then, when is the next time you heard anything more about weapons to be transferred to Iran by Israel?
Well, I think there were one or two false starts in the month of October when Mr. Ledeen came to my office and reported that in meetings that he had had in Germany usually, the Iranians had expressed interest in getting various kinds of weaponry that were extremely exotic and quite near the top of our inventory, and it was just out of the question, and I told him so. But the next concrete proposal that was made, I believe, occurred in November of 1985 when I had a visit from the defense minister of Israel.
And that was Mr. Rabin?
That's correct.
And tell us about that.
Well, it was clear that his purpose was to reconfirm that the President of the United States still endorsed this concept of Israel negotiating these arms sales. And I told him, based upon recent questions and reaffirmation by the President that I had received, yes, he does. And he said, all right. He expressed some of his own misgivings. And
what do you mean by that?
well, it seemed to me that Mr. Rabin had some concerns about the reliability of the Iranians with whom we were dealing, or with whom he was dealing. And I concurred in that. By this time, we were getting intelligence from various sources on the way in which the Iranian intermediaries were conducting themselves with Tehran, and there were very graphic evidence that these were not your normal Western Jeffersonian kind of person.
You knew that one of them was Gabanafar,
That's correct.
and he was a merchant,
That's charitably put.
and you you had some question as to what his motives were
Yes,
and his reliability.
yes.
And had you discussed this at all with the President?
Not at any length. A passing reference here or there. I did have a quite lengthy conversation with the President after we returned from the summit.
Well, let's stay before you returned. You told Mr. Rabin, Minister Rabin, that the authorization for Israel to continue to sell, subject to replenishment, remained in effect.
That is correct.
And that, you said, was based on some conversations you had with the President.
That is correct.
And the President had told you that he still was willing to pursue this endeavor
Yes, he did.
so long as it didn't change the balance of power and met the other conditions that you've outlined.
Yes.
Now, did Minister Rabin tell you that hawks were on the list of what the Iranians wanted?
He may have. Surely I learned it within a matter of 2 or 3 days.
Now, was the next thing that happened some phone calls you received in Geneva?
That's correct. When I got to Geneva,
Now let's stop on that. You were in Geneva with the President and with the Secretary of State for a summit meeting with the Soviets.
that is correct.
And this was the first meeting of the President with the new Soviet leader.
That's true.
And it was a matter of some importance.
Yes, Mr. Lyman, Mr. Chairman, I don't want to...
I'm not going into the subject, the agenda of that.
No, I don't mean to obfuscate, but we are treating the Iran matter, and I think one can easily get the impression that it was absorbing virtually all of our time and that nothing else was going on in the government, and that may be misleading. I'll proceed however you wish, but this was really receiving very little attention, and that's fairly important
The
to...
summit was receiving your main attention at that time.
That's correct, and that goes back several months.
And you had other issues as well on the burner.
Yes, we did.
Now, when you were in Geneva, did you receive a phone call about a shipment to Iran?
Yes.
And who called you?
Mr. Rabin called from New York to say that he had a problem that had come up in the transfer of certain items. Being a cautious man, I doubt that Mr. Rabin mentioned hawks on an open telephone line. But his point in calling me was there anyone in the United States that might be able to help him? He was in New York City. I said that I would have someone be in touch with him, and I got in touch with Admiral Poindexter and Colonel North and summarized what I had been told by Mr. Rabin, and I said, please take steps to see if you can be of help.
Now, you understood at that time that he was talking about the shipment of arms, correct?
Yes.
And by that time you understood that he was talking about the shipment of hawks?
Well, I think it probably took one more cycle from my staff back to me before I learned that, but I knew about it within a day.
While you were in Geneva?
Yes.
And what, if anything, did you ask your staff to do?
To get in touch with Mr. Rabin, find out the details of the problem, and if feasible, try to help him solve it.
And did you receive a report back that they were on top of it and were getting it solved?
Yes, I had an
From whom?
report from Colonel North saying that the nature of the problem was twofold. One, that Israel had arranged for a shipment, but it was on an El Al airplane, which might raise eyebrows if it drove into Tehran. And secondly, that their route of travel was going through a third country with whom they had not arranged customs clearance for these items in question, and that he believed that he could help solve the first problem, but that the second problem with the government of this way station on the way would perhaps need an intervention from my level to ask their cooperation. And I asked that he keep me informed, and I reported to the President.
Now, did you report to the President that a shipment of arms from Israel was on the way?
Yes.
Did you report to him that there was hope or expectation that hostages might be released as a result?
Yes, I did.
And did there come a point during your European trip that you telephoned the foreign minister of this third country to try to expedite clearance for the flight?
That is correct.
And did you learn at any time while you were in Europe for the summit meeting in the aftermath that Colonel North had solved the transportation problem by bringing in General Secord?
No, I didn't.
I'll ask you to look at what has been marked as Exhibit 1, which is a letter to Major General Secord. It bears your, it's Exhibit 1. It bears the name Robert C. McFarlane, but it's signed Colonel North. You don't have it?
That's all right. I've seen it before.
Well, you've seen it, and I can read it because it's short. Your discreet assistance is again required in support of our national interests. At the earliest opportunity, please proceed to the third country and other locations as necessary in order to arrange for the transfer of sensitive material being shipped from Israel. As in the past, you should exercise great caution that this activity does not become public knowledge. You should ensure that only those whose discretion is guaranteed are involved. Signed, Oliver North, Robert C. McFarlane. Did you know that this letter was being sent out by Colonel North?
I don't think so. I have no recollection of it at all.
It begins with your discreet assistance is again required. Had you ever asked for General Secord's discreet assistance before?
I had not, no.
Were you aware of any request by North at that time for his discreet assistance before?
No, I wasn't.
In any event, by the time you left Europe, did you know that the shipment had been consummated of some hawks?
Well, I expected that it had. I don't believe I heard further, but I knew I would have heard further if it didn't, so I assumed that it did.
Now, was there any discussion in Geneva about a cover story that some oil drilling equipment was being sent, not hawks?
Well, it's a little unclear to me. I do recall that in the exchanges with Colonel North that there was uncertainty as to just what was in the shipment. I was in no position to know. Oil drilling equipment came up, and I recall having seen intelligence reports reflecting that Israel believed that oil drilling equipment might have as much of an effect in Iran as weapons, but short answer is that I believe he determined during the course of those 2 or 3 days of the summit that it was, in fact, weapons.
You knew it was, you were told it was weapons,
Yes.
and it was hawks.
Yes,
And Rabin asked your permission to send weapons.
yes.
And there is a way of using euphemisms when you're on the phone of calling weapons by different names. We've seen that in all sorts of messages, right?
Yes, and I don't know that that wasn't the case here, but
Okay.
neither do I know that he may have believed that.
Was there any effort at discussion of a cover story in Geneva that if this came out, it would be called oil drilling equipment?
No, there wasn't.
Now, you then, on November 30, submitted your resignation effective, I think, 10 days later as National Security Advisor. Is that correct?
It's a small difference. I didn't come back to my office. I came from Europe to Washington to home to California without stopping in the White House and talked over this project and my resignation, and then came back with President Reagan to the White House and resigned.
And your resignation, the effective date was postponed for a week or so?
It was tendered on the 4th, and I was on the payroll until January 4th, and I stopped functioning within about 5 days.
Now, did you know that while you were back in the United States that Colonel North was meeting with Gabanafar?
Well, depending on the timing of when it happened, it may have been at my direction, because the item I discussed with the President was that looking back over the September, October, November experience in those 3 months, the Iranian initiative seemed to me to have not fulfilled our purpose of getting in touch with Iranians, and secondly, that their agenda of getting weapons was different from ours, and that we ought to try to get in touch with them directly without intermediaries, and to say that there would be no further arms sales.
Were you told during this period of the first week or so of December that Richard Secord was meeting with the Iranians as an intermediary?
I don't think I was, although I did encounter him, as you know, in London on December 8th.
We'll come to that in a moment. Did you know that he was meeting with the Israelis to discuss the venture?
I don't believe so, no.
Did you ask him to act as a representative of the United States in trying to put this together again?
No.
Now, was the subject of arms sales to the Iranians discussed on December 7th at a meeting of the principals, some of the principals of the National Security Council?
Yes, when the President and I discussed the situation as I've just summarized it. He said, fine, when we get back to Washington, let's have a meeting of the guys, which was Secretary of State, Defense, the DCI, myself, and the Vice President, and Mr. Reagan, and one was set for December 7th, and it was held.
And do you recall that Mr. McMahon came in lieu of Director Casey?
Yes, that's correct.
Now, do you recall what proposal was put on the table at that meeting?
Well, it was a meeting to review what had taken place since the President's approval of August and the negative viewpoints of the Secretaries of State and Defense to the effect that we hadn't achieved our purposes and it was going or degenerating into an arms for hostage arrangement were very emphatically made, and it was a matter of consensus. There was no disagreement, really, that our attitude should be one of openness to purely political discourse, but that we should not agree to sell weapons or to encourage other, like Israel, to do so. And those were my instructions. And I was directed to go to a meeting with Ghorbrani Farr in London the next day and make those points.
Do you recall at that meeting any discussion by the Secretary of Defense that it was not legal for Israel to be selling these weapons subject to an agreement by the United States to replace them?
It doesn't stand out. However, he had made the point in law back in August of that year, and so it's very likely that he would make it again.
He expressed himself in any event very strongly on the subject that we should not sell weapons. Is that fair?
That's correct, yes.
And so did the Secretary of State?
Yes.
And is it true that Don Regan also expressed himself against the sale of weapons?
I believe so.
And at this point, you were a person who had doubts?
Yes.
And did the President take a position on the sale of weapons at that meeting?
Well, he approved the position of no sales being conveyed to the Iranians, yes.
So that the President, as you recall it, the President's view was that there should not be sales.
Yes, it was a position in which he was disappointed, frustrated that things had not gone better, but resigned to accepting that if that was the case, don't go ahead.
Now, you then went over to London to meet with the Iranian representative?
That's correct.
And that was Mr. Ghorbrani?
Yes.
And do you recall whether before you met him you were briefed by General Secord?
When I arrived, I believe I went to the Hilton Hotel and met Colonel North, although in passing was introduced to General Secord. Colonel North made clear that he did have, General Secord had business interests in Europe. I would not have, don't recall today, that there was a briefing by General Secord at the time. I did have a morning meeting with Mr. Kimke of Israel, where I summarized what my instructions were for the meeting with the Iranian. And he expressed his concern and stated that we needed to be patient, that these things weren't concluded in a short time, and I told him what my instructions were, and we arranged to see each other then at the meeting in the afternoon, which occurred, I believe, at about 3 o'clock.
And did you meet with Mr. Ghorbrani in Mr. Nimrodi's apartment?
Yes, we did.
And do you know whether Secord was there?
If you'd asked, I'd have said no, but I understand that he was.
You understand that from his testimony?
Yes.
But there were a group of people there while you were meeting.
That's correct.
And you had an agenda to talk about an opening with Iran and the areas in which we might have some common interest.
That is correct.
And when you met with Mr. Gabanafar, you found that his agenda was quite different, correct?
That's correct.
Certain number of toes for each hostage.
Yes,
And that revolted you.
that's correct.
And you left.
Yes,
And as far as you were concerned, you didn't want to have anything more to do with Gabanafar. Is that fair to say?
yes.
Were you told, either by North or by someone, that the position you were taking, which is to turn this whole thing off, no more arms, and an insistence that all the hostages be released right away, might lead to reprisals against the hostages?
Yes, I believe Ali felt that way and said so, and I acknowledge that it wasn't without risk.
Did you have a sense then that at that point we were now being, as a country, held hostage to the hostages?
Yes,
That we were in this catch-22, that to sell arms would violate our policy, and to take a tough position might result in the hostages being killed.
yes, I have to say I did not think personally that that was likely.
But did you not report that to the President, that that was a possibility when you returned?
Well, others report that I did, and I can accept that I did. I believe, frankly, Ali reported that. He was in the meeting.
Okay. But it was reported to the President
Yes.
that to turn this off created the risk that the hostages would be killed as a reprisal.
That's correct.
Now, I would like you to look at, I believe, is Exhibit 49. Do we have that here? 45A. Could you hold 1 second before you turn to it? 'Cause 45A. Miss- This memorandum, which is dated December 9, was sent at about the time you were leaving your position. Am I correct?
Yes,
Do you know whether you read it?
I don't. I don't believe so.
You'll note that on page 3, under Do Nothing, you see page 3?
Yes,
Colonel North says, very dangerous since the United States has in fact pursued earlier presidential decision to play along with Gabanafar's plan. U.S. reversal now in midstream could ignite Iranian fire. Hostages would be our minimum losses. And then it goes on to say, there is a fifth option which has not yet been discussed. We could, with an appropriate covert action finding, commence deliveries ourselves using Secord as our conduit to control Gabanafar and delivery operations. Do you recall that proposal being made at all?
no, I don't.
Do you recall any discussion of that by Colonel North on the plane back from Europe?
No, and when I saw this in the last month or so, it seems striking to me that, knowing how I felt and being there at the meeting and having taken notes of what I had said, that he would recommend, with any serious expectation, a fundamentally contradictory course.
And when you say he would recommend a contradictory course, that is Colonel North.
Yes.
So that you were in a position in which the Secretary of State was opposed to selling arms and to this venture, and the Secretary of Defense was opposed to it, correct? Both of
Yes.
them, right from the beginning.
Yes.
And it was not an everyday occasion when both of them agreed on any policy. Is that fair to say?
That's correct.
And you now were very much opposed to it.
Yes.
Don Reagan was opposed to it.
Yes.
And here, all of a sudden, a man who was your subordinate up to, I guess, the day he wrote this memorandum, is recommending a course of pursuing the venture.
As I say, I didn't see that, and it's surprising.
Mr. Lyman, may I interrupt just a moment? I think it might be worth pointing out that these exhibits that have been shown are available to members and have been available to members without the blacked out portions. I don't want to get the impression that we have not had access to the completed documents.
And
Excuse the interruption, please.
Mr. Chairman, it's
Yes.
also true that with the exception of one or two exhibits which we recently received and which we've already been over, Mr. McFarlane has seen the exhibits in their unredacted form too.
Thank you.
Now, Mr. McFarlane, you said at the December 7th meeting the President was opposed to going forward with the arms sales at that time. I'd ask you to think back, and I know that a lot of events have transpired. Are you positive that that was his position on December 7th?
Well, I believe that I portrayed today his position as one of approving the consensus recommendation. He was not pleased by it, nor...
Well, what was his point of view as he expressed it before the consensus developed?
Well, the points that he had made earlier about distinguishing between Iranians of genuine opposition to terrorism and Khomeini and his willingness to try to identify and establish a dialogue with those who were truly opposed to terrorism, and that strengthening them to include with arms was a legitimate thing to do.
Did the President not express at that meeting a great deal of feeling for the plight of the hostages?
The President was always very concerned about that. I don't recall it standing out at that meeting.
Do you recall any discussion at that meeting by the President that he was willing to take the heat for making a decision to try to save the hostages?
He said that more than once. I believe he said it at the outset in August, and it is very possible that he said it on December 7th.
But you have no recollection of that kind of discussion at the December 7th meeting?
I don't.
So that as you sit here today, the President went along with the consensus, which was no arms sales. Everyone was against arms sales. Do you have any explanation then as to how in January things got reversed and the President signed a finding authorizing arms sales?
Well, perhaps I'm misunderstanding you. I think after I returned, the kind of conversation that you describe occurred during the debriefing of that meeting, and I think on December 11th or so, that then, after I had said I had conveyed these points and that they had not accepted them and that I found Mr. Ghorbanifar untrustworthy, in the discussion which followed, the President made the point, I believe, of why couldn't we continue to let Israel manage this program, and was expressing and searching for, I think, understandably, ways to keep alive the hope for getting hostages back. And it's quite true that the President was profoundly concerned for the hostages.
Did the President ever suggest that Britain might be able to sell weapons to Iran since it did not have any rules or laws against it?
I don't remember that.
Now, you then left office in December.
Yes.
Did you ever, incidentally, in talking to the Israelis about the original tow sale, tell them that they could get the tows back for nothing?
No.
Did there come a time in January when you received a message from North asking you what your understanding was with the Israelis?
Yes.
And do you recall, and this is reflected in a note, telling him that the understanding was that they would purchase them, but you hadn't agreed with them on what the price would be?
That's correct.
Now, and that is Exhibit 45B. When were you told that the President signed a finding in January?
I was told, I'm not certain of when, but I was told, I believe, by Admiral Poindexter.
Was your advice sought?
No.
Were you asked in January whether you would be willing to undertake a summit meeting with the Iranians?
Doesn't ring a bell. It's possible. I tended to think, as I thought in December, that it was the wrong course to follow.
Were you told when you heard from Admiral Poindexter that a finding had been signed, that a decision had been made not to use the Israelis but to use Secord?
That doesn't stand out, although I know I did learn of General Secord's involvement in early 1986.
And what was the involvement that he had as it was described to you?
Well, it wasn't precisely clear to me, but I did take it that his involvement was in arranging for transport, that is, aircraft charters, to ferry things from one point, as in Israel, to Iran and so forth.
Did you know that he was to be a middleman in the transaction?
No, I didn't.
Did you know that he was to be whatever a commercial cutout is?
No, I didn't.
Have you ever heard that term?
Cutout, not commercial cutout.
What is a cutout?
Well, a cutout is a person who masks the involvement of the CIA by being a person who is clearly not involved with the CIA, that is, the ostensible operative agent concluding the deal with the foreign country.
And am I correct, you were not told that the weapons were being sold to General Secord at one price and that he was selling the weapons to the Iranians at a higher price?
No, sir.
And that there was going to be a surplus or difference or profit generated?
No, sir.
When was the first time you learned anything about that?
Well, the first time that I had heard that there were any proceeds at all, and I didn't learn how they got there, but was in a reference Colonel North made.
Is that the tarmac reference?
Yes, in May of '86.
We'll come to that. Now, there came a time, I take it, when you were asked by Admiral Poindexter to undertake a mission to meet with the Iranians.
Yes, sir.
And you agreed to do that.
Yes, sir.
And do you recall, sir, and if you look at exhibits 45C, D, E, and F, and you've been over these before, there are a series of prof messages that were exchanged between you and North on the 27th of February. Now, am I correct that after you left your position as National Security Advisor, you kept a machine that enabled you to communicate with the NSC?
That's correct.
And that's what these prof messages are transmitted by?
Yes.
It's a computer terminal?
Yes.
And do you recall being told by North in these messages, and I'll try to summarize them so we can move along, that he had participated in a meeting in Frankfurt, Germany, with an official of the Iranian regime?
Yes.
And do you remember that he told you that an agreement had been reached that all hostages would be released shortly after you had your summit meeting with the Iranians?
Yes.
And do you recall that he told you that Poindexter and Casey were still somewhat skeptical about whether there should be a meeting?
Yes.
And that he then communicated with you and told you that Casey and Poindexter were on board, and that with the grace of God, to quote him, 5 hostages might soon be released?
Yes.
And do you recall that you responded to him, and this is 45E, in rather extravagant terms?
Yes.
Roger Ali, well done. If the world only knew how many times you have kept a semblance of integrity and gumption to U.S. policy, they would make you Secretary of State?
I recall.
What were you referring to?
You know, I'm surprised. A function quite apart from communicating substance between people that has been and has been understood by your own staff and myself in some of these communications was to build morale, to ease considerable state of exhaustion, and in this particular case, that was the circumstance.
This was to lift his morale.
That's correct, and when it involves a certain amount of hyperbole, I don't think it is any benefit to anyone to take that out of context and imply something else.
And that was the context in which it was used.
That's correct.
And do you recall that North then responded to you and suggested that you meet with Poindexter and Secord?
Yes.
And he told you that Secord was in Europe arranging for the delivery of arms for the Contras in that same prof note. That's 45F.
I take your word for it, yes.
Now, did the meeting with Admiral Poindexter and Secord and you ever take place?
No.
Is it a fact, sir, that before you went to Tehran, you did not have a meeting with the President on the subject?
No, I didn't.
Now, you understood that this was a dangerous mission,
Yes.
and you undertook it with some reluctance, I take it, because of some doubts about whether it would succeed.
Yes.
And am I correct that you had exchanged some telexes with, or prof messages with Admiral Poindexter on April 21, in which Admiral Poindexter had instructed you clearly and ambiguously that unless the hostages were released upon your arrival, there would be no arms shipments?
That's correct.
And you had sent him back a message, and these are 45A and B, applauding him for his firmness.
Yes.
And those were your instructions.
That's correct.
And when you went to Tehran, you weren't there to engage in a negotiation of the type you had in London, of one hostage for X number of toes, etc.
That's correct.
And you went on a plane that carried Hawk missile parts.
Yes, I think that, to me, it was understandable that people conducting meetings with Americans were surrounded by great numbers of extremist people, and consequently, that the desire for operational security or keeping this private was very understandable. So I was not put off by the idea of not having a red carpet and gun salutes and all of the trappings like that.
With a false passport.
Well, I took my own. I understand that others were carried, but yes, I understood that.
And you went on a plane that carried Hawk missile parts.
Yes, I think that, to me, it was understandable that people conducting meetings with Americans were surrounded by great numbers of extremist people, and consequently, that the desire for operational security or keeping this private was very understandable. So I was not put off by the idea of not having a red carpet and gun salutes and all of the trappings like that. This was a reasonable masking of the party.
Now, that wasn't what I was suggesting. I was suggesting that you went there under conditions in which you had no real safe conduct.
True. Yes.
And you went there with the hope, though no assurance, that those hostages would be released.
Yes, I was relying upon the confidence of others that finally they had come to terms that would be fulfilled, but I thought that there was a high risk that that would not happen.
And is it fair to say that your visit to Tehran is well documented in those memos and messages that are printed in the Tower report?
Pretty well, yes.
And that you found when you arrived there that you were not met by the top official that you had been told you would meet with.
That's correct.
And you found that contrary to the assurances that had been conveyed to you, the Iranians were not ready to secure the release of the hostages.
Yes, that's right.
And you found that indeed you were being pressed to deliver the rest of the hawk parts before the hostages were released.
That's correct.
And you also had some demands added that you found outrageous and incredible,
Yes.
such as that the United States pay for the upkeep of the hostages, correct?
Yes.
And that you get Israel to withdraw from the Golan and other territories,
Yes.
and that you get Kuwait to release prisoners,
Right.
and you described the quality of the negotiations in one of your first messages from there, when you talked about what the picture was like, saying, "It may be best for us to try to picture what it would be like if after nuclear attack a surviving tailor became vice president, a recent graduate student became secretary of state, and a bookie became interlocutor, etc." Those were your words.
Yes.
And so you found that this wasn't like opening the door to China dealing with Zhou Enlai.
No.
And did you also, one evening, awake to find that Colonel North had ordered the plane that was still in Israel with other Hawk parts to come forward and deliver them?
The plane was in the air, and
Tell us about that incident.
well, I was told that the second aircraft, I had come in on the first of three, that the second of three was on its way into Tehran, and this was the product of discussions during the night with Iranian interlocutors, Ghorbanifar, Colonel North, and Mr. Neer, and that they believed that they would have by morning 2 hostages turned over to U.S. custody in Lebanon, and I said that was unacceptable and that the aircraft should be turned around and sent back.
Now, were you pressed, Mr. McFarlane, to agree to exchange the Hawk parts for 2 hostages
Yes.
and to leave the other 3 for further discussions?
Well, yes, by Mr. Neer with some strength, but the others understood my reasoning, I think. I don't know whether they agreed with it or not, but it was pretty emphatic.
And it was a principled decision that you were not going to engage in that kind of trading.
That's correct.
And so when the Iranians said that they were not going to or could not secure the release of the hostages, you got on the plane with the group and left.
Yes.
And you carried out the instructions that you had gone with, which was no more arms if those hostages were not released.
That's correct. I had checked first with the President. I had recommended against it, and he concurred.
you recommended against the delivery of the arms.
Yes, I did.
And the President concurred.
Yes, sir.
And you checked with him by secure communication.
Yes, I did.
Now, while did you have a discussion with Colonel North about the proceeds of the sale?
Not truly a discussion. If you're referring to the tarmac exchange, that's a very short bit of news that I learned.
Where did it occur? And tell us, in your own words, what you recall of what Colonel North said.
We left Tehran in the morning, Tehran time, so it would have been darkness here in this country, so I didn't take time to try to reach Admiral Poindexter or anyone else. We got on the plane and went back to Israel, and upon arrival in the afternoon, by which time people in Washington would have been at work, I asked the communicator to set up the secure radio right there at Ben Gurion, the airstrip. And while waiting for him to do that, the others in my party were unloading the baggage and personal effects from the aircraft, and I suppose I was obviously dispirited by the events in Tehran, and Colonel North, I think, in an effort to be supportive, mentioned to me offhandedly that I shouldn't count it a total loss that we are applying some of the funds from the Iranian connection to Central America, or words to that effect. And I was a little startled. I went ahead at the time to get on the radio, by this time connected to Admiral Poindexter, and reported the completion of the mission and asked for instructions recommending that I simply proceed back to Washington. And he acknowledged that and said, fine, go ahead. He would advise the President, and that he would look forward to getting my debrief when I got back. As I recall, I got off the radio, and by this time there was someone from the Shin Bet that picked me up and took me around the airfield to the other side of it, where an aircraft was waiting to take us ultimately back to the United States. Colonel North had gone on, I was told, to see about whether or not a separate effort to secure the release of hostages that involved perhaps the DEA connection that was being played out in Cyprus had borne fruit or not, and ultimately I went back to Washington.
Now, let's make the record absolutely clear. When you said that you communicated with Washington through this secure link and that you got the approval of the President to return, you did not communicate to Washington what Colonel North had just told you about the application of the proceeds of the sale.
No, I didn't.
Now, did you ask Colonel North whether he had obtained any approval from Admiral Poindexter or anyone else for the application of the proceeds?
No, I didn't.
Did you give any thought as to how the proceeds could be applied to Central America?
No, I didn't. I was operating, Mr. Lyman, under the context of a request to return and carry out a mission in government as someone who was not in the government, who had no authority to know, nor need to know, matters beyond what it required to carry out my mission.
Were you uncomfortable with what he told you?
Yes, it was of a piece with a half dozen items that I had learned, which seemed to me either unorthodox or very risky, but I was not in the government, and I took it to be part and parcel of a number of things that I learned, however.
These were things that you learned that North was doing while you were in Tehran?
In connection with that trip, yes.
And are those things that caused you the concern that led you to send a prof message to Admiral Poindexter suggesting that North be sent to Bethesda?
Well, I don't think I recommended that. I had known Colonel North and for years and years, and had felt responsible when I left that he ultimately have an assignment of command in the Marine Corps, and had intervened to try to make that possible before I left. And I wanted it to happen even 6 months after I left. The Bethesda connection has nothing to do with anything except that I knew that as a consequence of injuries and back problems and leg problems, that the Marine Corps had tried to discharge Colonel North for injuries in combat, and that that was one course of action that one had to keep in mind, but the preference was that he be given what he deserved, which was command.
Now, when you returned to Washington, did you have a meeting with Admiral Poindexter and the President?
Yes, I did.
Did you see Admiral Poindexter first?
Probably for a moment or two, and then we went on to see the President.
Did you reported to them on the trip, I take it?
Yes.
Did you report to them on what North told you about the use of the money for Central America?
No, I didn't.
And when he said to you that it was being used for Central America, is it fair to say you understood he was saying it was being used for the Contras?
Yes, I took it to be a matter of improved policy, and one of which the government must be witting.
And what do you mean by the government and
the
approved
decision
policy?
makers, Admiral Poindexter, the DCI, the other principals who would have to be party to that kind of decision.
You did not know at that time that there was a middleman's profit that could be used?
No, I didn't.
Your understanding at that time was that this was a sale by the CIA to the Iranian government?
Well, I did know there was a finding. Therefore, I deduced that the CIA was involved, and I also rationalized, I guess, that the CIA would probably have hired some cutout, and that they would naturally turn to someone of known reliability or someone who had worked for them. So it didn't seem to me out of place that General Secord might have become involved in that way.
Were you told that it was General Secord who was applying the funds?
I wasn't told who or what or how or anything else about the funds.
When was the next time you had any discussion with Oliver North about this subject?
In November of 1986.
When did that occur? What was the occasion?
It occurred on November 18th or 19th. On the 18th, Admiral Poindexter and I and Dr. Keel had lunch in Admiral Poindexter's office, and he told me that he was under the gun to get an accurate chronology of events in the Iranian initiative prepared, and that Colonel North was tasked to put it together. He wanted to know if I would be willing to review it and add or check the accuracy of it. I said that I would. That evening, I had a call late afternoon, Colonel North, I believe, saying that they were going to have something ready by about 8 o'clock, and could I come? And I did. And when I got there in Colonel North's office, there were two items being worked on. The first was an opening statement that I was told would be used by the President in a press conference the following night, the 19th. And would I look at that too? So I did, and it seemed to me to be incomplete in a number of respects. So I sat down and, using Colonel North's machine, Prof's machine, prepared a 3-section draft for consideration by Admiral Poindexter, and I was told that he had gone home, and I sent it to him at his home. He had a machine at home. And in the process of working on the 3rd section, I had an answer from the Admiral basically saying that he agreed with the first 2 sections, and at any rate, I spent about an hour and a half, perhaps more, writing that revised opening statement. I got up hoping to leave and was asked if I would look over the chronology. The chronology was being worked by 4 or 5 staff officers in the office there, and they were adding bits and pieces in a not unusual cut and paste kind of process. There was a basic document which Colonel North called the master that he was working from, which I was told had been prepared by the CIA officer from the Middle East section, and he asked me to look over it, and I began to go through it and found right at the beginning a number of mistakes and pointed them out to him. And it was understandable because the CIA officer involved had not been himself involved in the early stages of the Iran opening.
Now, is this the occasion on which the next mention was made to you of the use of the proceeds of the Iranian sale for...
Well, yes, I'm getting to that. I'm sorry to be a little deliberate in approaching it.
You
What in
were
the world
saying
everybody
that the
starts taking pictures for
CIA
right
had
now?
been working on the chronology, I'm sorry, and that they were not fully familiar with the early events.
Yes, but I pointed out to Colonel North a number of places where I thought it needed changing, and he said, fine, we'll take care of that. And I came to the place in the master where it treated the President's involvement in the original decision. And it seemed to me not quite accurate. And I asked those there who had written it and who had written other contributions which were lying on the table there, and no one seemed to know. I took one that had been proposed as an insert to the text there, and it had 2 paragraphs on it, one of them treating the President's decision, and it said, so many words, that the President did not approve the September 2nd arms shipment. Well, that's technically a true statement, but it is not a complete statement to the extent that his authority, approved in August, was given for Israel to negotiate sales without any need to come back to him for approval of each specific one. And so to say that he did not approve the September 2nd shipment is technically accurate, but misses the point that he did provide the original authority that allowed them to do it. The second paragraph on this draft that was there treated how the President reacted when he was informed about the Israeli shipment and of Reverend Weir's release as being one of upset, and that he directed someone to have me express his upset to Israel. Well, he never said that to me, and yet I didn't know whether he might have said it to someone else, but it was a rationalization on my part. In short, I couldn't disprove what was on the paper, and it was not technically wrong, so I took it as a foundation, and I sat down myself to prepare what I thought were improvements to that treatment and others in the chronology. And I spent probably the next 30 to 45 minutes in working on that, punched it up with copies to the Admiral and to Colonel North and his secretary, and left. Now, all of this relates to your point about when, again, Colonel North and I discussed the diversion that he had reported to me on the airstrip in Israel, because it isn't clear to me, but either there, that night, where at the end of the session, Colonel North said, it looks to me like what we're putting together here will assure that the President isn't hurt by this and there won't be a problem. Well, either there or the following day, in the company of the same group of people, Colonel North, Mr. Teicher, upon hearing Colonel North's statement that we don't have a problem, I said, you've got a problem with that channeling of money to the Contras. Now, it was in that setting, or when I came the following day to visit Admiral Poindexter, who had asked if I would come and get a final copy of the statement the President would use that night for his press conference, and I did. And upon arriving, there was a meeting in progress in his office of Dr. Keel, Admiral Poindexter, Howard Teicher, and Ollie, and I was told to go on in, and I went in. Everybody got up and started to leave. And apparently, and I have that effect on meetings occasionally, but apparently, as kind of a concluding remark to whatever business they had been discussing, Ollie said, okay, I think that'll be fine and we don't have a problem. Well, it could have been there with essentially the same people involved, and I said, you have a problem with the channeling of money to the Contras. And Ollie kind of winced, and he and Mr. Teicher went on out the door of Admiral Poindexter's office, and Ollie came back in and said, Howard doesn't know about that. And I said, well, long and the short of it is that you've got to deal with that. And I was given a copy of the opening statement that night, and I left the office.
Did you, at that meeting or conversation, ask him on whose authority he had channeled the money to the Contras?
No. I had mentioned it there in the company of Admiral Poindexter and Dr. Keel and Mr. North, so the issue could not have been ambiguous, at least between the Admiral and Colonel North.
And when you said you have a problem, what did you mean? What kind of problem?
It just seemed to me that unless someone could stand up and say that this is on the basis of a finding or is chartered by specific decision by the Admiral or the President, that I could not imagine this kind of thing being justified in law, or at least not that I had heard of. And
now, yet this was the same thing he told you originally in Tehran.
or on the tarmac, yes, in Israel.
And the tarmac in Israel. And now, some months later, you're telling him that he's got a problem, and you can't imagine, unless there was some kind of finding or other authority, that this would be lawful, right?
Yes.
In those circumstances, why didn't you raise it with Poindexter when you returned from your trip to Tehran, Israel?
Well, there's no good reason for that. I did raise with the Admiral what I thought to be what would serve Ollie's interest, and that was to reassign him to the Marine Corps and avoid the exhaustion that he was experiencing. But bear in mind that I heard within a matter of days of learning of that news on the tarmac that there had been earlier shipments of weapons, that there had been no hostages released, that there was a finding extant that legitimized that the CIA was managing and participating in all this. And
So you're saying that there was so much that you didn't know that others were doing that you just concluded that you shouldn't raise questions about what people knew and what they didn't know?
that's the way I felt at the time. It seemed to me, however, in November that after the disclosures had been made, that it was worth at least making sure that it really was the way I had taken it to be, a matter of approved policy. And I doubted that it was.
You say you doubted that it was. Did you ask North? Was it a matter of approved policy?
I did in a meeting which occurred later that I suppose we'll get to.
Well, why don't you tell us about that meeting?
I've covered the 18th and 19th, and on the 19th, after leaving Admiral Poindexter's office, I left town to get away from the telephone, frankly, so as to work on some policy initiatives that I had discussed with Admiral Poindexter that might enable the President to recapture the initiative in arms control and the defense budget, the budget deficit in a broader sense, and 3 or 4 others. But I went to work on these, and I watched the press conference and saw how it went, but came back to Washington and went out and made a speech on Thursday the 20th in Gaithersburg, and believed that I was truly responsible for what had happened and said so. And then the next day, on the 21st, this is Friday morning, I had a call from Mr. Ledeen. Must have been 11:30 or so in the morning. And he stated that he was putting his own narrative of events together, and he wanted to be sure that he was accurate in his recollection of his own role. And would I come to his house to vet and correct, if necessary, what he had described? I said that I would. I went over there, and it was about noon. We don't live far apart. And when I arrived, there was some turmoil that was just family-oriented, kids and dogs and babysitters, and a lot of turmoil in the house and so forth. And Mr. Ledeen came inside finally and came into the library and sat down and said, "Let me go through how I recall what I did." And he did that in the course of 20, 25 minutes, and he described what was basically a role as I recalled it. That is, that he was a person not tasked to be an agent of the U.S. government, but a person whose job was to listen, to attend meetings, to report back what he had heard, and that he was a conveyor of information, not a negotiator or otherwise an operative of the U.S. government. And that was true. And so I said, "That's accurate, Mike. I have no disagreement with it." And at about that time, Colonel North arrived at Mr. Ledeen's house and came in and joined us. And Michael said, I believe, that he had been going through his recollection about what his role had been. And Colonel North said that he was going to have to arrange with Mr. Ledeen to see him later that afternoon because something had come up that required him to go back down to his office immediately. And he was sorry, but he would be back in touch. And he asked, could he have a ride back downtown with me? And I agreed and said goodbye to Mr. Ledeen and went on out to go across the street and get the car, backed it around, waited for Colonel North, who was talking to Mr. Ledeen for a while, to come on out. He did so, and we drove away down Connecticut Avenue toward the White House, and I don't recall precisely what was discussed between us. As I recall, there was when Colonel North got in, he was pensive and seemed a little preoccupied by whatever he had discussed with Mr. Ledeen, and said that he was worried that Mr. Ledeen might have profited from this enterprise. I said, well, what do you mean? And he said, well, I don't know. I just believe that perhaps Schwimmer and Ledeen have made some arrangements that we're just not aware of and cannot account for. And I'm worried about it. We talked before we reached town about our families, and Colonel North related an account of what one of his children was doing, and he's a man of a very deep conviction in his faith, and spiritual influence in his life is quite strong, and we exchanged some comments that things would turn out satisfactorily and that the Lord would provide, and he expressed his confidence that that was true. Well, I guess I'm wandering off the point. The matter of when this issue came up again was 2 days later. Now, this is the 21st. I dropped him off at his office. I went back to my home where I was working more on these foreign policy initiatives. I had a call from my office saying the Attorney General had called for me, and I returned the call, and he asked, Mr. Meese, asked whether I would come to his office because he had been tasked to put together a record of events.
Did Colonel North tell you in the car that there was going to be a shredding party that weekend?
On that occasion or another that I'm closing on here.
Did he not tell you that before you went to see the Attorney General?
Well, again, I believe that it was during that car ride, but I'm not certain that it was as compared to a meeting that was in my office on Sunday morning.
What did he tell you about a shredding party?
Well, just that there had to be one. I think I will encompass that by the time I get through. It's taking perhaps a little too long, but I did go to Mr. Meese's office. I spent about 2 hours with him. His associate, Mr. Cooper, was taking notes. Mr. Meese asked the questions, and they were oriented toward how the Iranian initiative had gotten started and so forth. And finally, after that was completed, his secretary came in and told me that I'd had a call from my wife that was kind of urgent. And Mr. Meese and Mr. Cooper started to leave the room, and I said, wait a moment, Ed. And I told him that while I was pleased to take on the full responsibility for this and had the night before, that I wanted him to know that the President had been supportive of this from the very first and was foursquare behind it.
By this, you're talking about the Iranian arms sales.
Yes.
And the effort to get the hostages.
That's correct.
You're not talking about the diversion.
No.
You didn't tell Mr. Meese about the diversion.
No.
Did you tell Mr. Meese during this meeting, the first part of the meeting, that the November shipment involved oil drilling equipment?
I don't recall. He was asking all the questions. I believe that I told him that it was ambiguous, that there had been reports of Israel believing that oil drilling equipment was perhaps more effective, but that ultimately I learned.
You told him in that meeting that you knew that it was hawk parts?
Well, his notes will say one way or the other. I just don't remember today.
Well, as you sit here today, were you trying to hold anything back from Meese?
I don't think so. He was asking the questions.
Why didn't you tell him about the diversion?
As I say, he was asking the questions. Perhaps it was something that I should have told him. We discussed it 2 days later.
Then why don't you continue? You've now
Yes.
had your meeting with Attorney General Meese.
And he closed by saying that he was glad to learn what I had said about the President's approval of the Iran initiative, and that from a practical point of view, that made the President's position more legally sound, for as early as he made the decision to approve these sales, the earlier would subsequent actions be justified.
Did he tell you that the President's approval, if given oral, was the equivalent of a finding?
Well, I interpreted it that way, and it may be my error, but he said in so many words that his predecessor, Attorney General William French Smith, had made a determination several years ago that a president's decision on matters like this, however oral, is just as official an act from the point of view of law. And that's the way I interpreted it.
Now, after the meeting with Attorney General Meese, what was the next contact with North?
Yes. That was on Friday, and the next meeting I had with him occurred on Sunday morning. He called me at home. Johnny, my wife and I were getting ready to go to church, and it was about 9:15. Asked if I could, we're talking about meetings right now, asked if I could meet with him on Sunday morning later on, and I told him, all right, what about noon in my office? And he said fine. He would like to bring his attorney with him so as to make sure of an accurate record of events that he had to have in mind. So I went to my office at noon that day downtown and waited for Colonel North, put on some coffee, and about 12:30, I imagine, Ollie arrived alone and came into the office, and we began to talk about odds and ends, and he stated that having been absorbed with the whole thing for a long time, that he thought that the President was in a very solid position, and that there really was only one matter that concerned him, and it was the matter of the channeling of funds to the Contras from the Iran account. And I said, well, that was approved, wasn't it? And he said, yes, you know it was. You know I wouldn't do anything without approval. And I said, well, all you have to do is lay it out, do the right thing. And he said, I believe, something to the effect that it is a matter of record in a memorandum that he had done for Admiral Poindexter. I believe he said February or March. It may not have been February or March. And he said something like, I must see what can be done about that memo, or words to that effect. And your mention of shredding, I don't know if it occurred on that date or in the car on the way downtown with certainty, but it was one of those, I believe.
Mr. McFarlane, when he told you that it had been approved and you know that I wouldn't do anything that wasn't approved, did you ask him who conveyed that approval?
No, I didn't.
Now, on Monday, you saw the Attorney General,
Yes, I did.
and on that occasion, you told the Attorney General that you had heard about the diversion on the tarmac.
Yes, I did.
The Attorney General asked you if you knew anything about it, and it was in response to his questions. You told him that.
Yes, I did.
Did you tell the Attorney General about what Oliver North told you about a shredding party?
No, I didn't.
Now, let's go back a moment in time, or actually a year in time, to August of '85. And I'm trying to wrap this up today. Am I correct that in August of 1985, Mr. McFarlane, you received some inquiries from Congress about Oliver North's activities with respect to supporting the Contras?
That's correct.
And these are marked as exhibits in our book. 40A is the first in time, and it was a letter of August 16 from Congressman Barnes referring to press reports about
Yes.
Oliver North. And then you also received requests on this subject from Chairman Hamilton, correct?
That's correct.
And you also received them from the chairs of the Senate Intelligence Committee.
Yes.
Now, the thrust of all of the requests was for you to respond to these allegations that North was violating Boland.
Yes.
What did you do when you got these requests?
I got them while I was with the President on the West Coast, and I asked Admiral Poindexter to have the records, files of all memoranda, papers, travel vouchers, so forth, that related in any fashion to the requests from the congressmen and the senators put together for me to look at when I got back. And since, when I returned, learned that he had tasked Brenda Rieger, who was really an expert at handling of the NSC files, to research the several compartmented files that the NSC has for memoranda that related to the nature of the requests in any way. And they were put together and brought to Admiral Poindexter, who gave them to Commander Thompson, who was the Staff General Counsel and also the military assistant, who had custody of them and who brought them to me when I returned on about August 26th to the office. I went through them, read each one, and found a number of them that seemed to me to raise legitimate questions about compliance with the law.
Did Commander Thompson point out any of these documents to you?
When he gave the entire collection to me, he said that he had some concerns about several. I don't believe that he pointed out each one. He said I would see them myself. And I found, I think, a half dozen that raised that question in my mind.
And what question did they raise?
Well, simply that an objective reader would have taken passages in each of these memoranda to either be reflective of a past act that was not within the law or a recommendation that a future act be carried out that wouldn't be. And taking these documents aside from the stack, I arranged the next day and the following day to start a series of meetings with Colonel North to get to the bottom of whether or not my own interpretations were correct.
Now, these documents that you've referred to are the documents that we've reviewed earlier, am I correct?
That's correct.
You met with Colonel North?
Yes, and I told him that I'd gone through all these documents and felt responsible for whatever had been done, but I simply had to know what had been done, that it was my responsibility for any actions of anybody on the staff, but that specifically there were, in a half-dozen cases, reporting of what any objective reader, I said, would probably take as being close to or even beyond the law. And I wanted to go through each of those with him and to find out if my reading was the same as his. And we did. And we went through a couple that you've already raised in the book today of December 4th and in early 1985, as well as 4 others that involved various kinds of things. For example, in one that I raised, he was providing a summary of progress made by the FDN as a military force, and noted that they had responded well to advice on how to form a G1, G2, G3, and G4. I said, well, this looks to me like a congressman could read that you have been instructing them on how to do that, providing military advice. He says, well, that's not the case. The Contras have hired retired officers from the U.S. military to do that, and they are responding well, but it isn't me. And I accepted that because that seems to me the kind of thing, if I had been a Contra, I would have done. And the CIA was certainly able, before the cutoff, to have told them to do that. But I went through others that...
Are you troubled by the references in these documents to the current donors and his exhortations to you to solicit them?
Yes. The possibility of Colonel North having made a passing remark of advice to the Contras while in Honduras was of less concern to me than what I took to be the real concern of the Congress, which was fundraising. And we spent most of the time asking about whether these reports in the New York Times and elsewhere of Ali's involvement in meetings where donations were made included his being party to or solicitous of or coercing or otherwise collecting or being a middleman for fundraising. And he was very careful and insistent to say that in none of these cases had he taken part in any fundraising. He acknowledged that he had made almost 100 speeches, public settings, where he had made a very strong case, as the President did, and I did, for support of the Contras. And he acknowledged further that after these, often people would come up and say, I want to help. What do I do? But he was equally emphatic in saying, whenever that happened, that he said, I am a U.S. government official and I can't become involved in the collection or brokering of money, and if you want to be helpful to the Contras, go to Miami, they're in the phone book, they have an office, and do it yourself.
Did you ask him to do anything with respect to these documents?
Well, as we went through them, he pointed out where my own interpretation was just not accurate, such as in this earlier reference about the G1 and so forth. And he said, you're just misreading what I intended here, and I could make it reflect accurately what I said if this is ambiguous to you. And I said, all right, do that. Within a matter of a day or two, he returned to my office and he had 2 single pages. One of them was the same text or close to it of the first page of a memorandum. The second piece of paper was the last page of a memorandum. I say that because the format of a memorandum has from and to on the first page and the signature block on the last page. So it wasn't a second or intervening page. And he pointed out to me on the single sheet first page what had been altered to reflect with greater clarity what his intention had been, and it didn't seem to me substantial. The second one represented a shortening, really, of the last page of a memorandum that basically took out what had been that an effort should be made to solicit from current donors additional funds, and I think the replacement said an effort must be made to persuade the Congress to support the Contras. Rather fundamentally different. Either immediately within 24 hours or within 24 hours, I put them in my briefcase and took them home, intending to read them when I got a chance. Each night when I finished with the documents at 9 or 10 o'clock, I'd return them to Commander Thompson, who had custody of them in the safe. The next 2 or 3 days, Congressman Barnes was down. We discussed the issue. I told him that, having checked with the White House counsel, we proposed that he go through them on the spot, but without staff. And he thought about it, said that he believed that unsatisfactory, and went away. Subsequently, he made no additional requests for the documents. Now, the sum and substance of that probably 3 or 4 week episode of seeking to find what papers in our files and what explanations from Colonel North could respond to Mr. Barnes and others, I did have misgivings. I felt that it was likely that an officer of the qualifications and excellence of Colonel North, when he was down visiting in Central America, probably did extend advice. It seemed to me that that was inconsequential to the outcome of the conflict, and probably not, in the eyes of the Congress, a serious matter. On the issue of fundraising, having talked with Colonel North and with 1 or 2 others that I could identify that had been in settings where he spoke, I couldn't find any evidence that he had done that. And his very clear insistence that he always referred potential donors to the Contra leadership itself was a matter I could not disprove. So I asked him to write responses to these letters, which he did. He brought them to me. I went over them and signed them, expressing, I have to say, too categorically, that the NSC staff, and specifically Colonel North, had not broken the spirit or letter of the law. And I could find no solid evidence to the contrary. Looking back, I think that while in any event it is my responsibility, not Colonel North's, that suspicions that I had ought to have led me to be more probing and to get more concrete information one way or the other.
Mr. McFarlane, was it your intent to substitute those pages?
No, and ultimately, long after I was out of government, I destroyed those pages. They weren't, I left government with nothing having been altered.
What was the purpose of asking North to alter the papers if you weren't going to substitute them?
Well, in fact, he could have been right, that it was simply my misinterpretation.
In which case, you could correct the old record by substituting?
Well, I don't think you really could. Even so, I did ask counsel about that. I got an answer which I did not put great store in, but I didn't expect that you could really do that unless at the same time you reflected by memorandum for record that you had made this change to reflect a more accurate intent.
Now, Mr. McFarlane, the letters that you actually sent, well, first place, Did you give Colonel North the list of the documents that troubled you?
Yes, I think so.
Would you look at Exhibit 40?
Yes, that's it.
Are those System 4 numbers?
Yes, they are.
Are they in your handwriting?
Yes.
Are those the documents that you've been referring to that troubled you?
I believe they are.
And those are the documents that you pointed out to Colonel North?
Yes.
Did you tell Colonel North that if Congress pursued this matter, he would have to defend his language?
I said we both would. I said it was my responsibility, but that I didn't believe that I could in the current circumstance, that I would go ahead and do it, but that I needed an accurate reflection of what was truth.
Had you ever asked Colonel North before to rewrite documents,
No.
after they had been sent?
No.
Now, the letter to Congressman Barnes that you sent is Exhibit 40B, and as I understand your testimony, that was drafted by North,
Yes, sir.
and it says, based on this review, I want to assure you that my actions and those of my staff have been in compliance with both the spirit and the letter of the law.
Yes.
And when you say that the letters were too categorical, that's one of the statements you're talking about?
Yes.
And that statement, indeed, was not compatible with at least one construction of the documents that you listed in Exhibit 40.
That's correct.
And you wrote a similar response to Chairman Hamilton?
Yes.
And was that also drafted by North?
Yes.
And did you also send a response to Congressman Barnes telling him that his staff could not look at the documents?
I communicated that to him. I would have said in person, but it may have been in writing.
If it's in writing, do you know whether that was drafted by North?
It would have been, yes.
Now let's, and did you get some written questions from Chairman Hamilton? They're listed as, they're Exhibit 41B.
Yes.
And who prepared the responses to those?
Colonel North.
And again, are there some of those that you've reviewed that are too categorical?
Yes.
Did you feel at the time that you were caught in the middle?
No, it was my responsibility.
I understand that you've taken responsibility, but that if you gave the responses that were less categorical, your chances of getting aid might be jeopardized?
I suppose that's true.
Let's go back to the chronologies. Now, we're going a year forward to 1986.
Yes.
You were asked to participate in those chronologies by Admiral Poindexter.
Yes.
What were you told was the purpose of the chronologies?
I believe that it was to serve as the foundation for administration officials who would be making either public or congressional statements or testimony about it to use.
Now, before you were asked to participate, Did you send Admiral Poindexter a prof note, which is marked as Exhibit 47 and was sent on the 7th of November, 1986, and which expressed your concern that Don Reagan was blaming you for the whole Iran initiative?
It sounds familiar. Yes, sir, that's right.
Now, in that, do you have that? In that prof note, you said it might be useful to review just what the truth is.
Yes.
And you said to Admiral Poindexter, we then heard nothing until August when the Israelis introduced the requirement for tows. I told Kimke no. Was that correct?
It is correct, except for timing. The account there, which was 3 days after the news broke and before I had any access to my calendar, stretched out in this prof's note from July to August to September. Well, in fact, those events occurred in only 30 days' time, but the original proposal, the introduction of 100 tows, the final approval of the President, and then the release of Weir is sequential as it is reflected here, yes.
But this goes on to say, after you told Kimke no, they went ahead on their own, but then asked that we replace the tows, and after checking with the President, we agreed. I take it that the correct fact is that before they shipped tows, you had checked with the President and you had told the Israelis that they could go forward.
Mr. Lyman, may I interrupt you, please? I am advised that you have about 10 minutes more of questioning. I wanted to advise members. We will conclude today's session at the end of Mr. Lyman's interrogation and begin tomorrow with Mr. Niels. Mr. Lyman, proceed, please.
Let you guys do it. I can't do it. See, I can't. It's too much. Now, am I correct that if you look at Exhibit 55, that that's the chronology that you were working off of when you gave your insert?
I don't think it is. I think the one I was working off was a CIA product that has much of the same information, but I'm familiar with this.
And you then gave your own version of the chronology, am I correct?
Yes.
Now, have you said at some time or another that you thought the exercise was to gild the President's motives?
Yes.
What did you mean by that, and where did you get that idea from?
Well, I got it from the remarks of the officers gathered on the evening of November 18th that seemed to me devoted in loyalty to preventing the President from being damaged, just by the tenor of what they had to say, and by 4 or 5 of the typed pieces of paper on the table there that seem to be cast in a way as to put the best face on things and to minimize the President's role.
And did you then participate in that type of exercise?
Yes, I did.
And is the way that you participated by, in your chronology, indicating that the President had said no to the Israeli proposal?
Well, I acceded to a reference that had been drafted that he did not approve the September 2nd shipment, although I typed in and sent to Admiral Poindexter at the same time the events as they occurred. This was the second of what I assumed would be 13 or 14 drafts. And the next day, when I went by his office, I pointed out that there are still a number of problems with that chronology. And, but that's correct, yes.
But the chronology that you sat down and typed out on the prof machine indicated that you told the Israelis that he, the President, could not authorize any transfer of military material. And then after the Israelis again came back to you, it said, in this chronology, you repeated, he, the President, could not approve any transfer of military material at that time. This position was conveyed to the Israeli diplomat. And that's the gilding that you've referred to?
Yes, it is in a prof's note and wherever. I'm sure it's in your book here somewhere.
It's Exhibit 56. It's also printed here. Can you find it here? What? The printing is terrible. I apologize for the printing, and but it's printed also in the Tower Report D5, D6, and you have that in front of you, and that'll be easier on your eyes. And if you look on page D6, on the paragraphs on the right-hand side of the page, Mr. McFarlane, that 1, 2, 3rd paragraph that begins there, it says, Mr. McFarlane elevated this proposition to the President at a meeting within days that included the Secretaries of State and Defense and Director of Central Intelligence. The President stated that while he could understand that assuming the legitimacy of the interlocutors, they would be quite vulnerable and ultimately might deserve our support to include tangible material, that at the time, without any first-hand experience in dealing with them, he could not authorize any transfers of military material. This was conveyed to the Israeli. Then it goes on to describe another contact with the Israeli diplomat and goes on to the top of the next page, and it says, again, the President stated that while he could imagine the day coming when we might choose to support such elements with material, he could not approve any transfer of military material at that time. This position was conveyed to the Israeli diplomat.
Yes.
Now, Did you have one more conversation with Colonel North about the diversion while you were in England?
Yes, I had gone to England Monday night for an event on Tuesday night in London, and before going to that event...
That was the 24th of November?
Yes. And the event on the 25th was at about 6:30 in the evening, and before leaving, I heard on the BBC that the Attorney General had had a press conference in Washington and had announced the channeling of money to Central America and the staff changes, and that as part of his briefing that I had been identified as someone who was witting of this channeling. And so I went on to the event, came back and sat down and wrote out a statement that I believed was an accurate expression of my knowledge of this matter. It said basically that I had learned of it in connection with a trip to Tehran in May, that at the time I was advised, I took it to be a matter of approved policy, and that during my own service in government it had not been raised nor discussed. But then I called back to the White House and asked for Colonel North to read it to him and to see if it was an accurate statement of fact. And I got him on the phone and I said, here's what I have heard, and I'm sorry. I have a statement that I intend to release if it is accurate. I read it to him, said, yes, that is accurate. And I asked again, Ollie, it was approved, wasn't it? And he said, yes, but it was approved. You know I wouldn't do anything that wasn't approved. And I said, then don't worry. You did the right thing. Just tell it like it was. Then I think we had a few words that I tried to be consoling, and he had talked about the difference between how the matter was to be treated in his first meeting that day before the Attorney General's conference, and then the rather brutal fashion in which he learned of his discharge. And I commiserated and offered some encouraging words, and that was all.
Did you ask Colonel North how they discovered this?
I believe that he said that I asked what happened, I think, and he said they must have found the memo or words to that effect.
Did he say, I missed one?
Something like that.
That's what you told us?
Yes.
This is the last question, and I obviously take no delight in asking it, but it was raised in virtually every opening statement. Do you remember, Mr. McFarlane, that you wrote, and this is Exhibit 53, you wrote a memo to Admiral Poindexter on November 15. That was before you were asked to work on the chronologies. You recall that?
Yes.
And you urged that there be a policy of letting the facts come out.
Yes.
And you said, a final comment. I lived through Watergate, John. Well-meaning people who were in on the early planning of the communications strategy didn't intend to lie, but ultimately came around to it. You wrote that?
Yes.
I guess the question is that here you, with a career devoted to public service, a man who prides yourself on comments and principles like that, ended up participating in that chronology, some of the other events we've talked about. And the question is, how did it happen? What's the lesson?
I think, Mr. Lyman, that is at the heart of the purpose we share here. And you deserve a thorough answer that is utterly missing from any that's been made today. I feel strongly about it, and I'll be glad to do it. Today's testimony, while necessary, has provided no context nor perspective in which any of these events can be comprehensible, and I'm astonished. And I'll be glad tomorrow, if you have time, to provide some context that I think doesn't mitigate, but makes more clear just why this did happen.
I have no further questions.
The committee will stand in recess until 10 o'clock tomorrow morning in this room.
Don't let him out the door. All right.